directly from him what his final decision is, because he'll have to make a decision by Tuesday.
Yeah, no, I know that the deadline is looming. And by the way, I want to tell you that I appreciate, as a citizen, as a voter, the deliberative way in which he has gone about thinking about this. I think it has allowed a lot of people who didn't focus on this to focus on it. I was particularly impressed by the letter from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, because I know who they are. I know they're a bipartisan organization. We had Laura Hoydick on, who's a former state rep. She said of the 169 towns, 168 of them are members of this. She thought maybe Vernon, for some reason, hadn't paid their dues. But they overwhelmingly represent, municipal, and they rarely, I've never seen them weigh in on legislation. And there have been plenty of bills that they could have weighed in on, in many years. So I think that the fact that the governor stepped back and said, okay, I'm getting some pushback, some heat on this, is a credit to him. It's a credit to the administration, and it's allowed other people who might have thought, oh, this thing would never pass, to then focus on it. And now we're seeing that as people are focusing on it, at least from the grassroots up, there's a lot of concern about it. So I want to say that I appreciate the deliberative approach of the administration. I just want to say that.
Well, thank you, and I will let him know that you mentioned CCM. That is an organization that includes small towns all the way up to the biggest cities,
yes.
And the Council on Small Towns, also bipartisan, but is for smaller towns also, has come out against the bill as well. So thank you for that. I will say that as a state, we do have to build more housing of all types, affordable, middle, because we're not going to be able to attract people from outside of our state. And it's also harder to fill jobs. And we do have 90,000 open jobs right now in our state. And it's harder to fill them if there are not a mix of all kinds of housing for people to live in. So that is the challenge. And we think by incentivizing towns and letting towns take the lead in figuring out what makes sense for them is the best approach.
So, Susan Bysowitz, it's no secret, though, that you've raised your hand and that you would like to be governor of the great state of Connecticut. So my question to you is, I don't know that you'll answer it, but I'm asking it anyway. If you were governor now, I asked Sean Scanlon the same question. If you were governor now, putting aside, and I appreciate your advocacy and understand exactly what Governor Lamont is, but if it were you sitting at the desk looking at this legislation, would you sign it? Is this the kind of housing policy that you like?
I think there are some good provisions in the bill. There are some that I am not that I'm not in complete agreement with, and I do agree with the governor's approach, which is we want towns to take the lead because we have 169 different towns that each have their own needs and special character, and we want to incentivize them to be building more housing of all types, but especially affordable housing. So that's what I will say.
All right, so you're not answering the question. I love you anyway, but you're not answering
Thank
the question.
You, Lisa. Oh, and you're also asking, and I do think it's important as lieutenant governor to be respectful of our current governor and to be on the same team. And we are on the same team, and we are on the same page.
That's fair. That's fair. Meantime, where are you going on vacation this summer? Lieutenant
Oh,
Governor
my gosh,
Susan
I wish I could tell you right this minute, but I have to say, if I could answer right now, even though I have not made the plans, I would love to go to Italy or the the south of France. So that's my summer fantasy. Whether I realize it or not, I don't know. We'll have to see.
What part of Italy, if you could go, where would you go?
If I could go, I've not been to the coast, so Amalfi Coast, for example. I've been to Tuscany, which is beautiful, and I hear the coast is beautiful, so eager to explore.
It's beautiful, but if you're going to go in the summer, why not go up to Lake Como? You'll have much nicer weather.
Oh my goodness, good plan. I'll keep that in mind, Lisa. Thank you for the tip.
And off air, I have the place to stay for you because it was probably the greatest vacation of my life with Bill, bar none. We stayed at a place called Il Tramezzo on Lake Como, and I just saw that it was rated #1 in Condé Nast, the #1 hotel in the world.
Wow.
It's not the number one most expensive. It isn't. It's expensive, but it isn't the #1 most expensive. It is just the #1 for hospitality. #1.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Everyone have a wonderful weekend, and
thank you.
Mystery will be solved on the housing bill next week.
Okay. Thank you for that. We appreciate that. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz on the Lisa Wexler Show.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and warm through this afternoon with a high in the low 80s and a breeze out of the west. Partly cloudy and mild this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 20th, the longest day of the year. Summer begins at 10:40 tonight. Summertime is here. Celebrating a birthday today is Lionel Richie.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
And on this day in 2014, the Jersey Boys was #1 at the box office. June 20th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. Tonight marks the start of summer. Forecasters say this weekend's hot weather will make it feel like mid-season.
Much of the nation is in for excessive heat with temperatures at or above 100 degrees well into next week. Henry Jameson is trying to beat the heat at a summer camp in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
It's about to be 108. My mom's picking me up early. Drinks a lot of water, put sunscreen on, maybe have a few popsicles, and just try to stay cold.
Some 100 million Americans are under heat alerts, and that number will grow through the weekend. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
A Texas appeals court has said the city of San Antonio cannot pay for out-of-state trips for women to get abortions. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The San Antonio City Council had voted to allocate $100,000 into its Reproductive Justice Fund to support abortion-related travel. The Texas Attorney General sued, saying the city was transparently attempting to undermine and subvert Texas law and public policy. An appeals court agreed and granted a stay. This temporary injunction means further appeals are possible.
The U.S. Supreme Court has revived long-running lawsuits against Palestinian authorities from Americans hurt or killed in Middle East terrorism attacks. CBS's Jan Crawford on other rulings to come.
We're still waiting on the big case about nationwide injunctions. There's a really interesting case about whether states can require age verification for adults who are trying to access some porn sites. There's a hugely important case about books that have LGBTQ themes and characters in elementary schools, and whether parents can opt their children out of some of those story time books.
European officials and Iran's foreign minister are in Geneva for talks as President Trump says the U.S. could join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear sites. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer is in Geneva.
The document includes a couple of things that Iran is definitely going to find hard to swallow. The Europeans will propose that the international nuclear inspectors come back to Iran. That's probably going to be okay. But that Iran will be nudged toward zero enrichment. That's something Iran has said is a non-starter.
All right, is there anybody here who doesn't know this music? Today marks 50 years since the premiere of the summer blockbuster it was in.
You yell shark, we've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
And if that didn't keep you out of the water in the summer of 75, you're better than I am. Happy anniversary, Jaws. Wall Street, the Dow is down 31. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A retired Bridgeport police detective was found dead in her home over 8 months after she had been reported missing. Mary Notarangelo was discovered under a pile of debris in her home, with experts describing it as hoarding conditions. Attempts had been made to search the home previously, but local police said that the piles of debris in the house were over 6 feet high. A Hamden father says the memory of finding his dead son's body still haunts him. Jose Phoebus Sanchez said his son, Jose Phoebus Rivera, was the man killed in a single motorcycle accident on I-95 in Milford last week, a crash which snarled traffic for hours. Police say the crash occurred between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m. on June 12th. When Phoebus Rivera did not return home, his father knew something was wrong and headed out to search along the highway with some of his son's friends. They couldn't find anything in the dark, but resumed searching the next day. The father says he knew his son always took exit 38 to get home and resumed searching there. He noticed the debris from the accident and went down the embankment where he discovered the crashed motorcycle and his son's body. Phoebus Sanchez says he will never be able to get that image out of his head. A landmark decision was made this week in the case against Stamford-based pharmaceutical company Purdue Pharma. The OxyContin manufacturer has been ordered to pay a settlement totaling $7.4 billion that will be split by all 50 states and 5 U.S. territories. It also ends ownership of Purdue by the Sackler family. The settlement is a reflection of the Sackler family's role in the opioid crisis that still plagues the country. Dr. Andrew Wong from Hartford Healthcare shared some startling statistics.
The people that received the most OxyContin prescriptions were adolescents and senior citizens. Up to 25 to 50% of people who take OxyContin are at risk for addiction and abuse.
Local governments and affected families have until September 30th to vote on whether or not to accept the settlement. And today's weather in Connecticut is nice, but the broiling summer heat is not far away. Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol because of that forecast, which could send the heat index soaring over 100 degrees. Lamont says they are working with partners across the state to make sure there are cooling centers available. State medical experts are also advising residents to exercise caution in dealing with the extreme temperatures. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Dr. Justin Cahill from Bridgeport Hospital.
Especially if you're working outside, you want to drink plenty of water or even some electrolyte replacement drinks. That'll help keep you cool.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound construction exits 46 and 47 stay left to get through. 91 southbound more road work exits 10 and 9 stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, I was talking to an extended family member this morning on the way into work, and we were talking about some world issues and local issues, and we got on inevitably to the situation between Israel and Iran that we'll be, of course, updating you on top and bottom of each hour right here on WICC throughout the day. And we were talking about that, and this person segued over in our conversation to, President Trump, love him or hate him. He's in a position that is not enviable. Is he throwing a head fake there? Is he determined what he's done yet, despite what he said? Whatever. So we were talking along the half-hour drive, about that, and she was picking my brain as to what I thought. And part of what I had brought up in that conversation between myself and this extended family member was the fact that, and this family member is not a, shall I say, full-throated endorser of Mr. Trump, has a lot of problems with how he acts. And I said, but you have to understand something. The other party, the opposition, is in such a disarray at the moment that a lot of stuff Trump does or even doesn't do but threatens to do at least exudes the image of having a plan. It at least exudes or explains the image of, I'll try this or I'll try that. And my whole point was the opposition to Mr. Trump that, we saw a couple of weeks ago with these No Kings rallies and all that, it's non-existent. I said, and we were talking, I said to her, you have to understand that the reason this guy won twice and would have almost won a third time, save it for, 40,000 votes or so. I mean, you can blame and get mad at him all the time and, however you want to. But the bottom line is there's no opposition. There's no organized, cogent, thoughtful, with a plan, with a direct idea in a straight line of going from point A to point B against Trump, whether you like that or not. And lo and behold, we wrap up that conversation, and I'm hit with a couple of things here that should make you wonder. Now, one is, one-note samba here, and the other is sobering. So first, let's go with the one-note samba, shall we? Well, because this, really reinforces this conversation I had earlier in the day today with this extended family member. And again, it's from a Reuters story, which is a pretty centrist, maybe even a center-left news source. And they had interviewed a couple of lawmakers about the situation. And once again, you can set your watch by it. In absence of any, or I should say, absent of any cogent thought, Chris Murphy sounds like a fool again. And I'm sorry to say that about somebody who's supposed to, for better or for worse, be one of the two men to represent you or I in the U.S. Senate. Again, listen to this. It's anything to be against Trump with Chris Murphy. It's not the good of the nation or how we should unite behind a president who is faced with a pretty difficult decision now. No, we get this. He said, quote, now he was asked about the president, saying, hey, I'll make a decision in 2 weeks, or I'll let you know in 2 weeks. So this is how Chris Murphy responds. Now listen to this. Knowing, and I'm thinking as I'm reading this, well, this is what Paulie was talking about to you-know-who this morning. Here's what Chris Murphy told a worldwide news organization. Quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a cogent thought. But no one believes this 2 weeks bit. He continues, quote, he's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly, unquote. And this reflects back to what I told this extended family member this morning who's not a real fan of Trump. I said, you understand he's in the position he's in and he's acting the way he does because the other side has no idea what it's doing. And that is exemplified, again, thank you, Paulie is right again, mark it down, by Chris Murphy, I'm sorry to say this, sounding like an idiot. He thinks he's in a presidential race. He does not understand that the man who runs this country is facing a decision here that could cost American lives. Yet, Chris Murphy sees it, what a surprise, as a way to get cheap political shots in. And yes, this is a cheap shot. Well, Trump, blah, blah. I don't care, Trump. But this quote, is he serious? Quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay, I've got nothing wrong with that statement. Nothing. But no one believes this 2 weeks bit, Chris Murphy said on X. He's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly. Class act, Chris. Boy, I tell you, you are a class individual. Yes, you can criticize. You can say something like, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea, but the president has a very, very important and key decision to make. I hope he makes the right one. That's all you got to say. But no, Chris Murphy, in his petulant and in his pedantic way, has got to take a cheap shot. And this goes back to the discussion I was having this morning with this family member saying, well, the other side, all they have is confusion and cheap shots. They've got nothing. What do they have? Explain that to me in a cogent manner, please. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As many people out there that hate Donald Trump, and Lord knows I'm not happy with some of the stuff he does. But please explain to me, what is the platform of the modern-day Democratic Party? What does the party stand for? Now, if you're Chris Murphy, it stands for taking cheap shots at a guy who has to decide whether or not to commit U.S. military forces to an armed conflict that, could start World War III. But does Senator Murphy have anything more than cheap shots on this? I don't know. I've got more coming up about a new survey. Now, if you're a Democrat or if you're a Trump hater that says, geez, we've got a marshal for the midterms. We've got a marshal for the midterms. This survey for you should be frightening. Frightening. And again, I'm not against Chris Murphy's ability or his desire to criticize Donald Trump. But there's a difference between real constructive criticism and taking a juvenile cheap shot.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Life's busier and crazier than ever, and nothing is more disappointing than a lousy meal. But you'll always have a great meal at family-owned AB's Falafel. It's fresh, delicious, and full of flavor. In fact, AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. Enjoy shawarma, kebabs, hummus, falafel, and everything in between. Made with care from family recipes. Plus, AB's patio is now open. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull. absfalafel.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exits 46 and 47, stay left to get through. 91 southbound Moore Road work, exits 10 and 9, stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits, stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Heliopson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
So again, I'm chatting with this extended family member. Nice chat we had on the way into work today. It takes me about half an hour from beautiful Wally World, the center of the universe. And this person is not really a Trump fan. She, it's like, yeah, whatever. Just hope he doesn't go crazy. And she said to me, she goes, well, what do you think is going to happen in 2026 or 2028? I said, I have no idea, because the other side's got their head buried up their rear end. They have no idea what to do. None. And on cue, you get this from Chris Murphy, quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay, that's a good start. But no one believes this 2-week bit. Meaning the president saying he's going to wait for 2 weeks. All right, whatever. He's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly. What in the hell is wrong with Chris Murphy? Even if you believe that, Senator, you say that on your social media platform? Boy, Tehran must be high. You listen closely. You could hear them high-fiving in Tehran because one of our Connecticut U.S. senators is criticizing the White House, and he doesn't even know what the hell is going to happen. Geez, Chris, can you stow the presidential campaign for a couple of weeks? My God, the corpse is still warm on this decision. Can you wait? God almighty. At least Mr. Blumenthal says stuff like, well, it's an important decision. At least Richard Blumenthal sounded statesman-like on CBS this past Sunday. But my God, so I just posted the question on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of Connecticut. Okay, if they hate Donald Trump so much, what should the National Democratic platform be for 2026 and 2028? What should it be on the military, on taxes, on the border? You're going to reopen the border again? And again, I'm not saying saying this is some sort of, trumpeter here. Believe me, you remember my programs 2 years leading up to the past election. I kept saying, no Trump, and look what happened. But my God, is Chris Murphy that craven that he can't say, all right, listen, I'd like to say this, but I probably shouldn't because there's a big decision coming up, potentially from the White House and Mr. Trump. I don't love the guy, but I'm not going to stab him in the back nationally. This is for you folks out there, and maybe for the person I spoke to this morning, this is your problem. You've got no alternative. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I'm telling you? Right now, the once great Democratic Party of FDR, of Harry Truman, of Bill Clinton, of Barack Obama, of JFK, it is a smoldering mess. It is a heap. It's a 5-car pileup on the Merritt Parkway, and the cops still haven't got on the scene. Oh, there they are right now. You could see the flashing lights. My God. And the only thing you have is to question the President of the United States. I'm not saying you can't do that, but you know what? Time and a place. Time and a place. I'm not saying he can't criticize, but my God, time and a place. The mullahs must be happy reading that. Henry is with us. Henry, you got the leadoff spot. Go ahead.
Hey, now don't hang up on me like you always do.
Oh, it's my show. It's my show. I can hang up on whoever I want to. But Henry, go ahead.
Well, we're talking about Murphy. Now, I don't vote for Murphy or nothing like that. But what the man was saying was, this reminds me of, you remember when the pandemic hit?
Yeah.
You remember when the pandemic hit?
Yeah.
All right. Now, Trump says it's a hoax. It'll go away. The sun comes out. Do you remember him saying that?
Yeah.
Going on and on the
Yes.
first couple of weeks?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then the three, is it Pfizer and Moderna and John, the three companies?
Yeah.
To make billions of vaccines to save the world.
Yeah.
Not the United States. He got on TV and said, I just ordered warp speed.
Yeah.
I ordered warp speed.
Okay.
And his people believed him.
Well, he did.
A week before that, he said it's a hoax.
Well.
But then he orders warp speed. And
what
you know
does this have to do? What does
These
this have
idiots
to?
will believe anything I say.
What does this have to
They'll
do with?
believe
What does this
anything
have
I
to
say.
do? What does this have to do with
Oh,
Iran?
wait.
What does this have to do with Iran?
Let me explain what it has to do.
Yeah.
Give me a second. The
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Because in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks, the truth is going to happen.
Okay.
Israel's going to win. Israel's going to win like they always win.
Uh-huh.
Or it is going to be a disastrous bombing kind of ridiculous thing,
Okay.
which he warned what would happen.
Okay.
So he covered himself.
Yeah.
If it goes away in 2 weeks,
Uh-huh.
they're scared of what I threatened.
Uh-huh.
And if it doesn't go in 2 weeks, I told them this would happen.
Yeah.
He always covers himself on either way.
Of course he does.
How many times do you have to see it?
And what's the problem with
Chris
that?
Murphy.
What's the problem with that?
Chris Murphy bringing it up?
What's the
and
problem
we live
with
in the smartest state in the country.
No,
and by the way, you're right. The country voted Trump in.
Yeah.
And we are a government of majority rule.
That's right.
And the people of Connecticut are the smartest of the 50 states. Just look it up. The only one that comes close is Massachusetts.
Okay.
And they wouldn't come close.
Okay, here's my question. Here's my question. All right, Ofa, shut up. God almighty. Henry, I love you. For the love of sweet Jesus, take a freaking breath.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction, exits 46 and 47, stay left to get through. 91 southbound Moore Road work, exits 10 and 9, stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits, stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield, some breaks along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Heliopson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, June 28th to see the Yankees on a very special day. It's Military Appreciation Day. The first 18,000 guests, 21 and older, will receive a Camo Yankees t-shirt courtesy of Budweiser. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, that's Military Appreciation Day on Saturday, June 28th, where the first 18,000 guests, 21 and older, will receive a Camo Yankees t-shirt. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. As President Trump considers bombing Iran's nuclear facilities, U.S. law enforcement is watching for trouble in this country from Iranian allies. Here's CBS's Jennifer Jacobs.
Multiple sources told CBS News that FBI Director Kash Patel has increased efforts to monitor possible domestic sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah.
The Supreme Court has rejected federal efforts to limit where vape companies can challenge product restrictions. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
Ultimately, this is probably a win for R.J. Reynolds and those who want to market vaping products and e-cigarettes to the youth.
Here comes summer with Mother Nature in mid-season form. Here's CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Summer arrives tonight at 10:42 Eastern Time, and right on cue, Mother Nature is cooperating with a heat wave building the hottest air of the year into the Midwest and eventually really the eastern two-thirds of the country.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Fairfield rescued an elderly man who was spotted in the water off Penfield Beach. Emergency crews were called to the beach yesterday morning on reports of a person down in the water. They immediately began performing CPR on the man, and breathing and a pulse were restored. The unidentified man was taken to the hospital, but his condition has not been released. Danbury police are looking for witnesses of a crash of an all-terrain vehicle that left the rider in critical condition. The crash happened Wednesday afternoon on South Street, and police say there were at least 2 other ATVs in the area at the time. Officers responded to the scene and just found the one ATV and the seriously injured driver with life-threatening injuries. The other 2 ATVs had fled the scene before police arrived. A New York man accused of sexually assaulting a teen he met at a Stamford nightclub has pleaded guilty to a reduced charge. Paul Isidro this week entered a guilty plea to a charge of second-degree sexual assault as part of an agreement with prosecutors. Isidro and another man were arrested and accused of the sex assault of an 18-year-old female they met at a club. The other defendant in the case previously pleaded guilty and was sentenced to spend 8 years in prison. Governor Ned Lamont has until this coming Tuesday to either sign or veto House Bill 5002, the massive housing bill that has drawn criticism from both sides of the aisle. The complaints against 5002 are many, but it began with how the bill evolved from a study on homelessness into the massive 90-plus page document it is today. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong described the bill's evolution.
It gets out of the 3 committees, and a week before the session ends, 43 sections and 93 pages of legislative housing policies was inserted into a strike-all amendment.
Opponents, particularly in Fairfield County, are also concerned about the removal of parking requirements and how to meet the standards for the bill's new affordable housing goals. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz told Lisa where Governor Lamont currently stands on the bill.
Our position has been that we want towns to take the lead, and we know that every town is different. There's no one size fits all. And we also would like to provide incentives for towns to do that. We want to direct state resources to towns that are making strides toward providing affordable housing.
However, Bysowitz did say the governor does have concerns of his own over the bill.
He has 2 major concerns about the bill. One is the part of the bill where each town has a housing goal assigned to it, and he is very concerned about that provision, and he's also very concerned about the parking provision.
According to the lieutenant governor, Governor Lamont will have his decision by the start of next week. A new study by the state comptroller examined why auto insurance rates have gone up so much. According to the report, the average auto payment has increased by almost 20% over the last 2 years. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon told NBC that a variety of factors like car prices as well as recent tariffs have all had an impact.
The cost of buying a car in this country rose by 31% between 2019 and 2022. And all of that is having an impact on the cost of that auto insurance. And if we really want to make Connecticut more affordable, as I think we all do, we have to start chipping away at some of the biggest cost drivers of what is making it unaffordable.
Scanlon says the data will be used to explore legislative methods to lower costs for state residents. The second marijuana dispensary in Stratford is now open. The high-profile cannabis shop is now operating in the space that formerly housed Johnny's restaurant. The opening comes around 2 years after town officials approved the pot shop at the site. The other Stratford dispensary is Butter Cannabis on Main Street, which opened in 2024. And Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is reportedly looking to be the next Connecticut politician to receive a pardon from President Donald Trump. According to Hearst Media, federal online records show the mayor is continuing to seek a pardon for his conviction of public corruption in 2003. This comes after the president recently pardoned former Connecticut Governor John Rowland earlier this year. The mayor's office issued a statement saying, quote, the mayor has not been actively seeking a pardon from the Trump administration, but Hearst Media reported that a new application was submitted after a previous request was denied in 2023 by then-President Joe Biden. It is unclear if the latest application was submitted before or after Trump took office. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction exits 46 and 47. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound more road work exits 10 and 9. Stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits. Stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Williamson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Again, talking to an extended family member this morning on the way into the station, and that kind of inspired what I opened with today. And this family member was saying, geez, what about Trump? And, how is he still in office and elected 3 times? I said, well, the other side's got nothing. And I don't think that's good. And my point has been proven again and again by how different you see Chris Murphy acting about this, who's considered a front runner in the Democratic Party, versus Richard Blumenthal, who is, I don't want to say the old guard, God bless Senator Blumenthal, he's still going, but is kind of the establishment here. I played a few cuts of Senator Blumenthal a few days ago before we took the day off yesterday from his appearance Sunday along with Lindsey Graham on CBS's Face the Nation. And Senator Blumenthal was very, very measured in the way he spoke, saying, listen, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. We have to be careful here, whatever. Basically what you like to hear from somebody who's not really an endorser of Mr. Trump. But again, the Democratic Party, and it pains me to say this because we need 2 well-centered, well-balanced, centrist parties for the great American experiment to work the way it does. But in contrast to what Senator Blumenthal says, we get this from Chris Murphy. I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Well, okay, Senator, that's fine. A lot of people agree with you there. But no one believes this 2 weeks bit. He's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly. Okay, boy, was that approved by the mullahs? Did Tehran send that to you? My God. Hey, Chris, we know you're there. Can you rein it in a little bit? And at least wait until after the 2 weeks and then say, well, what happened to the 2 weeks here? Am I wrong here? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In fact, at least one person agrees with me here. There's one of you out there. Text message I just got at 333-9422. Hey, Paul, I used to despise both Senator Murphy and Senator Blumenthal for constantly getting on top their soapboxes and preaching anti-Trump sentiment to the masses. But this guy is far worse than Blumenthal, and not only is he drinking the Kool-Aid, he's handing it out daily, and I hope nobody is buying into his nonsense. He's like our version of AOC here in Connecticut, and it's terrible. He makes us all look like idiots, and then he points the finger at Trump, saying he's the one when it's really these guys. I mean, aren't, I should say, Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy supposed to represent all of us here in the state? And if you're doing that, you know that there's pro and con on both sides. Why can't you offer it why is it not possible here to offer some sort of measured response to this and at least wait out the 2 weeks? And as a lot of people are pointing out on Mr. Murphy's X account, what's the harm in waiting? And he knows there's no harm in waiting, but he doesn't want Trump to look good, when his main purpose should be, hey, take a breath, hold it up, calm down, and sit and wonder why Senator Murphy, your party nationally, as far as your performance in Congress, is at 21%.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until June 30th with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction exits 46 and 47. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound Moore Road work exits 10 and 9. Stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits. Stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, below in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And this is how bad it is for the modern-day Democratic Party. Maybe not here in Connecticut, maybe not in some parts of the country, but this is how bad it is. There's a new poll out there that asks Democrats. They polled about 1,039 registered voters. Not likely voters. You'll only get likely voters until if and when we have an election coming up. But 1,039 registered voters. Hey, who do you side with in the Middle East? Israel or Iran? This is how bad the modern-day Democratic Party has gotten. The party of women, the party of the downtrodden. And again, this feeds back into my discussion this morning with a family member who's not a real Trump fan. I said, well, unless the other side gets their rear end in gear, this ain't going to end anytime soon. Out of 1,039 registered voters, a little more than 1/3 sided with Israel in the Middle East, 8% sided with Iran, But 52% of Democrats in the survey could not pick sides in a comparison to the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. 52% of the Democratic Party said, no, I can't really pick a side. You can't pick a side. Really? Really? And you think you're going to get power back in this country anytime soon? You got to be kidding me. 52% of the Democratic voters in this survey, it's 1,000 and change, you can get a pretty good read there, said, nah, I can't really pick a side. How about this? Listen to this. They can't pick a side. This is an Iranian, Majid Rafizaden. He talks about what life is like in Iran. And an idiotic, jackass comparison that Whoopi Goldberg, that moron, made the other day, comparing the life for African Americans in this country and in Iran. What an idiot. So this guy, in response to her, writes a column. It says in part, in America you can protest, sue, criticize the president, and still go home safely at night. In Iran, that same act could get you killed. Daily life in Iran is a prison, just not always with visible bars. Every detail of your life is controlled: what you wear, what you say, who you associate with, what music you listen to, and what you post online. You're constantly afraid. Your phone is tapped. You speak in whispers. You look over your shoulder. Every sentence can be used against you. Women are beaten and arrested for how they dress. Students are tortured if they dare to speak out. There's no due process. There's no transparency. There's no protection. They can arrest you without reason. They can torture you without trial, and you and your family will never know where you are. They force televised confessions, and then they hang people publicly. I've had family members tortured, detained. Some never came back. So again, this is not something people in America, even in the worst circumstances, can fully grasp. It's not a struggle. It's terror. That from an Iranian author, Majid Rafizadeh, responding to the idiocy of Whoopi Goldberg the other day on The View. My God, watching that show must lower your IQ. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But yet, you have Chris Murphy elected somehow by the people of this state, basically saying, hey, don't buy the president's bluff of 2 weeks. And maybe he's right, but here's the thing. Time and a place, Senator. Time and a place. It's embarrassing. And I'm not the only one. Go read the responses to this on X. You know, the best response I saw there was, hey, Chris, I'm kind of paraphrasing now. Hey, Chris, what's the harm in waiting 2 weeks? But see, with Murphy, he's got such a case of Trump derangement syndrome. It must make him break out in hives. That Trump may be right on this one. Even Jim Himes, about a month ago, said, hey, I'm not one to dole out, and we played it for you on the air, said, look, I'm not one to praise Trump, but so far, he's handled the Middle East pretty well. That was from Jim Himes. But my God, how utterly embarrassing. And this is going to win in 2026 and 2028? So here's my question, and I put this on our Facebook page at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, or you can text or talk to that, or facebook.com/voice of CT. Simple question. What should the Democratic National Committee platform be for 2026 and 2028? Well, I know Chris Murphy's going to say Kings. And by the way, we still don't have any Kings. No Kings. Last weekend, no Kings. Do we have any Kings? We have the L.A. Kings. We have the Sacramento Kings. We have B.B. King, the late B.B. King, the late Freddie King, the late Albert King, the three kings of the blues. We have no kings. All right, there's no kings. Now what do you run on for 2026 and 2028? What do you run on? You run on Chris Murphy tweets? I don't know. This, I never thought. I really never thought that I could, I was never able to envision the ability of one guy who, again, I thought should not have run again in November. You heard me for 2 years saying, no, enough, please, take your one term and go home. But I was wrong. The people wanted it. But you have one guy in D.C. Now, granted, he happens to be in the, most powerful chair in the world, arguably. You could argue with the presidents of Russia and China, Mr. Putin and Mr. Xi. But this guy has driven half the country nuts and has caused the other half of the country to get up and cheer. Did you ever think this guy could lay waste to an entire political party? Yeah, I know they have elected members. And what are they doing? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Every day it gets more unbelievable. I mean, right now he's driving more members of Congress nuts. And why? Because all he said was, I'll let you know in 2 weeks. Wait a minute. So what do you want him to say? Yeah, hurry up and go to war? Maybe he's not, and again, doesn't mean you have to love the guy, doesn't mean I have to love the guy, but maybe the guy's a lot smarter than people think. I don't know. This could turn out to be a 5-star disaster. It could. But the fact that he's slowing down, and then Netanyahu was saying, well, if he's going to take that angle, we don't need America. Isn't that, Chris, hello? Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Murphy, line one, please. Isn't that what your party wants? No war? Okay. Well, we had an agreement with Iran. Yeah, and I'm sure Iran would have kept the agreement. I'm sure. Boy, am I sure. Those mullahs and then the clerics in Iran, absolutely. In fact, their goal was going to be Bob Dylan records, tea and biscuits. They were going to sing The Times They Are A-Changin', or My Back Pages, or Love Mine Is Zero, No Limit. How do you sing that in Arabic? Oh, my God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris Murphy, in a time that we may be going to war, says no one believes this 2 weeks bit. Boy, Chris, way to say to yourself, hey, maybe I just better pump the brakes here. Because guess what, Mr. Murphy, sir, with all due response, in the grand scheme of things of global politics and the war, nobody cares what you think. They don't. No one cares. How about, for the good of the nation, for the good of the world, for prayers that this doesn't start World War III, how about we all just pump the brakes and see what happens? Or is there more of a fear that, geez, I don't know, Trump may get this one right? Maybe he won't. Maybe he will. You don't know. Mind-boggling. The response from at least one person who's supposed to represent us, all of us, the entire state of Connecticut and D.C. One of our members of the U.S. Senate seems to get it, one doesn't, sadly. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction exits 46 and 47. Stay left to get through. 91 southbound Moore Road work exits 10 and 9. Stay to the left to get around it. Milford Connector northbound construction going into the Merritt Parkway splits. Stay to the right to get around that one. 95 northbound over an hour at Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Biorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the new all-electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
Hi, it's Sissy from the Blue Sky Diner in Stratford. Along with my mother Mary and my brother Nick, we are proud to carry on our family tradition of serving great food at affordable prices. Grab a booth or take a seat at the counter and enjoy breakfast or lunch. Always served with a smile. To our regular customers, thank you. And if you're new, come give us a try. Plus, our patio is now open. Blue Sky Diner, 273 Ferry Boulevard in Stratford. We're open daily from 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't wait to see you. Order up!
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
News coming up, traffic and weather together. Update coming up next hour on this housing bill from a member of the state Senate. Frank is here in Stratford. Hey, Frank, good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, Frank. I'm living the dream, buddy. What do you got?
Well, I don't have too much to say about Chris Murphy. I just wanted to call. I just went on his Facebook page, and I actually called him an ASS.
Oh, okay.
And
Be
then
nice
I went on to say that I'm actually ashamed because he has the same last name as my mother.
Oh, well, you know, neither Mom nor Mr. Murphy, I don't think, had any choice in that, Frank. But
no, but it's like as Irish heritage. Like very, very ashamed.
Yeah, and Frank, you're breaking up, my friend. I got to let you go, but thank you so much. Appreciate it, Frank. And listen, if Chris Murphy wants to oppose the war, that's fine. There have been numerous people throughout the years that voted against. In fact, God, what's her name now? Oh, I can't remember. There was Jeanette Rankin. Jeanette Rankin voted against the declaration of war in World War I. She voted against it again in World War II. She was pilloried both times unfairly. She was a pacifist by nature, didn't like war. That's okay if you're voting your conscience. But, I mean, like Chris Murphy, you get on a worldwide platform and basically chide the president, who you hate, I understand. But you chide him for not jumping the gun. Maybe you can't handle the fact that he's trying maybe to bring the temperature down.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. A judge has ordered ICE to release a college student detained for taking part in pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Here's CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen.
A federal judge in New Jersey ordered that Columbia University student activist Mahmoud Khalil must be released from detention by Immigration and Customs Enforcement as his immigration proceedings play out. During a hearing before U.S. District Judge Michael Farbars, Khalil's attorneys asked for him to free Khalil from detention or transfer him to New Jersey. Farbars agreed, determining that Khalil is not a threat to the community, not a flight risk, and that his detention has been, quote, highly unusual.
The Supreme Court win for the Trump administration on tariffs, and here's legal analyst Lori Levinson.
The Supreme Court issued an order today that says that they are not going to fast track any challenges to President Trump's use of tariffs. Trump has used these tariffs as what he calls an emergency measure under an act. But the challenge to this is that it should be Congress deciding on tariffs.
New Yorkers have a couple of days to get ready for extreme heat on this first weekend of summer, but Governor Kathy Hochul says starting Sunday,
it feels like temperatures will approach 100 degrees. This is so unusual for all of us.
Much of the East could see the century mark. Columbia, South Carolina Dr. Amanda Stratton says, watch out for this.
Signs and symptoms of heat stroke are confusion or altered mental status. Sometimes people can be unconscious. A lot of times they stop sweating. Heat stroke is an emergency, so it's important if you notice somebody with these symptoms to call 911.
There have been no more words on Iran from President Trump since his press secretary said he'd give it up to 2 weeks before deciding whether the U.S. should join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear sites. CBS's Vicky Barker on talks that are just starting in Geneva.
These are the first face-to-face talks between Western and Iranian officials since the outbreak of the war. Britain's Foreign Minister David Lammy, flying into Geneva straight from meetings in Washington, says there's now a 2-week window to find a diplomatic solution.
The Trump administration says California educators can no longer teach anything having to do with gender identity. CBS's Alexander Tin.
California has 60 days to comply with an order issued by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services, telling the state to change its sex ed curriculum, stripping out all mentions of what the Trump administration is calling, quote, radical gender ideology in the federally funded personal responsibility education program. The Trump administration says that federal laws governing the program does not allow teaching students that, quote, boys can identify as girls or vice versa.
On Wall Street, the Dow has lost 20 points and the NASDAQ is down 120. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Today's weather in Connecticut is nice, but the broiling summer heat is not far away. The National Weather Service forecast calls for the possible heat wave to begin Sunday with temperatures in the low 90s. Sunny skies and highs of around 95 degrees are expected Monday and Tuesday before cooler air arrives later in the week. As a result, Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol due to the high heat and humidity, which could send the heat index soaring to over 100 degrees, which could cause issues for people in vulnerable populations. Lamont says they are working with partners across the state to make sure there are cooling centers available. State medical experts are also advising residents to exercise caution in dealing with the extreme temperatures. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Dr. Justin Cahill from Bridgeport Hospital.
Especially if you're working outside, you want to drink plenty of water or even some electrolyte replacement drinks. That'll help keep you cool.
Governor Ned Lamont has until this coming Tuesday to either sign or veto House Bill 5002, the massive housing bill that has drawn criticism from both sides of the aisle. The complaints against 5002 are many, but it began with how the bill evolved from a small study on homelessness into the massive 90-plus page document it is today. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong described the bill's evolution.
It gets out of the three committees, and a week before the session ends, 43 sections and 93 pages of legislative housing policies was inserted into a strike all amendment.
Opponents, particularly in Fairfield County, are also concerned about the removal of parking requirements and how to meet the standards for the bill's new affordable housing goals. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz told Lisa that the governor does have some concerns of his own over the bill.
He has two major concerns about the bill. One is the part of the bill where each town has a housing goal assigned to it, and he is very concerned about that provision, and he's also very concerned about the parking provision.
However, Bysowitz did say that Governor Ned Lamont is holding firm with his beliefs.
Our position has been that we want towns to take the lead, and we know that every town is different. There's no one size fits all. And we also would like to provide incentives for towns to do that. We want to direct state resources to towns that are making strides toward providing affordable housing.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, Governor Lamont will have his decision by the start of next week. And two of the world's best universities are located right here in Connecticut. The magazine U.S. News and World Report said that its best global universities rankings are based on 50 subject areas, academic research, and reputation. 2,250 schools were ranked, and Yale University cracked the top 10 at number 9. The University of Connecticut is ranked at 292. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 95 south crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Heavy congestion delays through Hampton into the tunnel. Northbound, you have an accident in Meriden at the 91 merge. 84 eastbound slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, with low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So a member of our federal delegation here from Connecticut and D.C. with a national platform, I should say, has, I guess, chosen now for some reason to start lobbing, if you'll excuse the phrase, rhetorical grenades here. And we speak of Connecticut Junior U.S. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, who posted on X. It's not hidden there. You can go to his X account, x.com/Chris Murphy CT. Quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. All right, I got no problem with that. There's always opposition to war in Congress. But again, then he goes full Trump derangement syndrome, but no one believes this 2 weeks bit. He, meaning the president, has used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. He said it just makes America look weak and silly. Meantime, I'm looking up at the television here. It says, quote, Iran says, quote, ready to consider diplomacy once again after the Geneva talks. So, Chris, explain something to me, Senator Murphy. What's the rush? You said yourself that a war is a terrible idea. Okay, I respect you for that opinion. But no one believes this 2 weeks bit, even if the 2 weeks bit is a complete and empty bluff. What's the problem? Is the problem that, in this one, Senator, that Trump may get this right. See, is that the real problem here? Is the Trump derangement syndrome so deep in the minds of some members of Congress, not all, but some? You know, would they rather the talks fail rather than have Trump do something somewhere, I don't know, to make it all work out? Maybe it won't work out. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be a complete and unadulterated, deadly, festering mess. I hope not. But isn't the progressive side the side that always isn't that the side that always says, hey, slow down. You can always wage war at another time. Let's wait till the very last moment. And Trump is basically saying that. Now, he may be bluffing. Of course he might be bluffing. What's the problem in waiting? Everybody says Iran doesn't have a nuke yet. So then what's the problem, Senator Murphy? I don't get it. Or is the problem that you've just got to oppose everything because your party is adrift in the desert and you have no idea, you have zero idea on how to combat this guy. Your party is a festering mess. And that's okay. You can rebuild it if you're smart enough. But man, oh man, I just don't understand this. It just makes America look weak and silly. Really, Chris? I thought a lot of people on your side, all the profiles and courage crowd, aren't they the ones that always say, well, you know, look at JFK and how he held off with the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was the real strength there. Well, are we doing something like that now? I don't know. I'm not a military strategist. I have no idea what they're saying in the Situation Room. So is I don't know. I wonder this. Is there a cadre of people on the other side of the aisle that because of their party just being adrift on the water, are they secretly hoping for a disaster here that can be pinned on Trump? I mean, I'm dead serious with that because it certainly sounds like it.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Summer is here, and Citi Field is the place to be. Catch the action when the New York Mets host the Atlanta Braves Monday, June 23rd through Thursday, June 26th. On Tuesday, enjoy select $5 concessions menu items, including hot dogs, soda, and popcorn. Restrictions apply. On Thursday, the first 15,000 fans in attendance will receive a reversible Mets bucket hat. Compliments of Premio sausage. Don't miss a moment. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets. That's Mets.com/tickets.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to Gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 95 south crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Heavy congestion delays through Hampton into the tunnel. Northbound, you have an accident in Meriden at the 91 merge. 84 eastbound slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
I have nothing against at all Chris Murphy saying the following quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay, nothing against that. There's anti-war sentiment in every Congress from every president. Absolutely. That's what people in Congress should say, left or right, man or woman, up or down, Democrat or Republican. That's what an administration has to hear. But then he says, but no one believes this 2 weeks bid. And he's referring to Mr. Trump saying he'll let the nation know, or he's made up his mind, he's going to give him 2 weeks. Why is that bad, Chris? Why is that bad? And he's saying that in a time where, don't you think Iran and Russia and China and North Korea, don't you think they're looking for fractures in the American government? Mind-boggling. They are, I'm telling you, their party is so broken right now. It's why I say last November, people had a chance between crazy and broken, and they took the perception of crazy, because sometimes you may not like crazy, but crazy is right every so often. He's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. Jeez, Chris. It's just, God. It just makes America look weak and silly. Wait a minute, Senator Murphy. Doesn't your party prop up those profiles, encourage award? Sometimes you have to make the tough decisions, or you have to hold off on war and violence. Okay. Chris, if you want a war, wait 2 weeks. You'll get one. You'll get one. God, and we voted for this guy. You'd rather have him there than a Republican? My God. What happened to statesmanship among our Senate delegation? With all due respect to Mr. Blumenthal, who's actually carrying himself with a bit of dignity throughout this whole thing. Gene in Stratford. Gene, how are you? What's going up?
Good, Paul. How are you today?
I'm good, Gene. What can I tell you? Outside today or not?
Well, right now I'm inside in the truck heading home, but yeah, it's been. I like the hot weather. I'll take it.
Oh, Gene, I hope are you going to be outside early in the week next week when it gets to 100 out there? Oh God, take care of yourself, man. Oh, man.
One more week and it's vacation time.
That's it, baby. All right, what do you got, Gene?
Hey, just in a separate direction. Do you have any sticky notepads?
Do I have any sticky notes? Not in front of me. No. Why?
Damn. I heard a great story today, and I was wondering next time Lenny Grimaldi comes on.
Yeah.
They keep repeating about that Mayor Ganem has applied to President Trump for a pardon for his past conviction that he served time in. But what makes it more interesting is that he applied to Joe Biden, Democrat to Democrat, and it was denied. Although Joe Biden pardoned to Adrian Peeler, who was a convicted murderer. So that whole thing right there just got my head spinning a little bit.
Yeah, and Gene, there have been reports that the mayor may be looking at that, and I guess this may go back to, I mean, remember, Mr. Trump had his eyes, too, on Bridgeport for a casino.
Right.
You know, all those years ago.
Relationship.
Yeah, so, you know, Gene, I don't know. Look, would it surprise me? No. Nothing surprises me now. No.
Just surprising that President Biden wouldn't pardon him any part. And you look at some of the other criminals that got pardoned and stuff. It's just so. I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
But Lenny would probably be able to shine some light on that.
Yes, as soon as he's back from his little summer hiatus. And Gene, thank you. Good to hear from you. And please take care next week. We'll ask Lenny that a few weeks down the road. Lenny's taking a few weeks off here for a little summer hiatus, so he will be back. Don't worry. And the reason I was talking to Gene there is Gene is a construction worker. You know that. Also an outstanding drummer. Band in the area, pocket full of soul. But, yeah, you guys and gals, what is it, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? Mid to upper 90s. I think Tuesday, the actual temp could be tickling 100 degrees. Yikes, yeah. You know, you construction companies out there, I don't know. I'm the last guy to sit here and tell a business how to operate. And I know you have deadlines, and I know there's a schedule, and I know Part A's got to be completed before you do Part B and then Part C and Part D. But, you know, you may want to consider a little break, maybe next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday when the heat is supposed to be pretty darn bad. So consider that. Stay hydrated. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So we will continue on this. If there's anything you'd like to add to this discussion regarding how our congressional delegation is conducting themselves here, and if you think I'm wrong, go right ahead. Smack the heck out of me on the air or in a text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And listen, I'm not telling Chris Murphy or any other progressive who dislikes Donald Trump not to dislike Trump. Go ahead, have at it. The American political process is much better for that. But really, you're going to take to X in a very perilous time where a decision has to be made that could affect the safety of up to 40,000 servicemen and women in the Middle East? And you're going to say something like, no one believes this 2-week bit? No one where, Chris? Amongst your cadre? Who he teamed up last? And by the way, if there's any indication of where Mr. Murphy stands on this stuff, take a look at who he's kind of cuddling up with on a lot of legislation. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Ed Mark. I mean, he really is positioning himself to the far, far left of the Democratic Party in D.C. So, Connecticut voters, ask yourselves a simple question. Does he represent, by and large, what, never mind Connecticut voters, what clear-thinking Connecticut Democrats feel? I mean, let's not forget, Chris Murphy is a guy who's lobbied and advocated, and you can find this. I think in the wake of George Floyd's death, he and Elizabeth Warren got together to take school resource officers out of schools. Yes. Pandering to the left, saying, well, you know, SROs, we don't need officers in schools. Are you kidding me? I even read his news release from his office. So does he honestly believe this stuff? I don't know. Who in their right minds? And, of course, I think we had the usual racism pablum. Well, a lot of kids of color get arrested. Okay, maybe they do. So I have an idea, Senator. We can multitask here. We can do multiple things at the same time. We can still have the school resource officers in the schools at the same time as, I don't know, can we also analyze the arrest? Do we have to get rid of the officers before we analyze the arrests in schools, or is that just what the far left of your party wants? Traffic and weather together, right? I know it's crazy, folks. I know you would think we could just agree on this stuff, but we can't. Right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. Out of New Haven, 95 south crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side. Heavy congestion delays through Hampton into the tunnel. Northbound, you have an accident in Meriden at the 91 merge. 84 eastbound slow ride off the Super 7 going through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Should feel like a hot one out there. Expect partly to mostly sunny skies with highs ranging from the mid-80s into the low 90s. Heat index will feel between 95 and 100. Lows drop down into the upper 60s later on. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. A New Jersey federal judge orders the release of Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil from ICE detention as his immigration proceedings play out. Judge says he's not a threat to the community, not a flight risk, and his detention has been highly unusual. The heat is on this first summer weekend, and temps could hit 100 or higher well into next week. New Yorkers are not thrilled with the prospect, although this woman has been there and done that.
So I came here from Texas, so I'm used to the hot, humid weather, so I'm I got it, but at the same time, it's kind of miserable.
It's really hot in the eastern half of the country. President Trump says give it 2 weeks, then he'll decide whether or not to join Israel in attacking Iran's nuclear sites. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
We have heard from the White House that there has been correspondence between Iran and the U.S., specifically Iranian's foreign minister and the White House special envoy Steve Witkoff. And you're also seeing in Geneva Iran's foreign minister meeting with European leaders as well.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A retired Bridgeport police detective was found dead in her home over 8 months after she had been reported missing. Mary Notarangelo was discovered under a pile of debris in her home, with experts describing it as hoarding conditions. Attempts had been made to search the home previously, but local police said that the piles of debris in the house were over 6 feet high. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is reportedly looking to be the next Connecticut politician to receive a pardon from President Donald Trump. According to Hearst Media, federal online records show the mayor is continuing to seek a pardon for his conviction of public corruption in 2003. This comes after the president recently pardoned former Connecticut Governor John Rowland earlier this year. The mayor's office issued a statement saying, quote, "The mayor has not been actively seeking a pardon from the Trump administration," but Hearst Media reported that a new application was submitted after a previous request was denied in 2023 by then-President Joe Biden. It is unclear if the latest application was submitted before or after Trump took office. A New York man accused of sexually assaulting a teen he met at a Stamford nightclub has pleaded guilty to a reduced charge. Paul Isidro this week entered a guilty plea to a charge of second-degree sexual assault as part of an agreement with prosecutors. Isidro and another man were arrested and accused of the sex assault of an 18-year-old female they met at a club. The other defendant in the case previously pleaded guilty and was sentenced to spend 8 years in prison. Police in Fairfield rescued an elderly man who was spotted in the water off Penfield Beach. Emergency crews were called to the beach yesterday morning on reports of a person down in the water. They immediately began performing CPR on the man, and breathing and a pulse were restored. The unidentified man was taken to the hospital, but his condition has not been released. A Hamden father says the memory of finding his dead son's body still haunts him. Jose Phoebus Sanchez says his son, Jose Phoebus Rivera, was the man killed in a single motorcycle accident on I-95 in Milford last week, a crash which snarled traffic for hours. Police say the crash occurred between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m. on June 12th. When Phoebus Rivera did not return home, his father knew something was wrong and headed out to search along the highway with some of his son's friends. They couldn't find anything in the dark, but resumed searching the next day. The father says he knew his son always took exit 38 to get home and resumed searching there. He noticed the debris from the accident and went down the embankment where he discovered the crashed motorcycle and his son's body. Phoebus Sanchez says he will never be able to get that image out of his head. Danbury police are looking for the witnesses of a crash of an all-terrain vehicle that left the rider in critical condition. The crash happened Wednesday afternoon on South Street, and police say there were at least 2 other ATVs in the area at the time. Officers responded to the scene and just found the one ATV and the seriously injured driver with life-threatening injuries. The other 2 ATVs had fled the scene before police arrived. The second marijuana dispensary in Stratford is now open. The high-profile cannabis shop is now operating in the space that formerly housed Johnny's Restaurant. The opening comes around 2 years after town officials approved the pot shop at the site. The other Stratford dispensary is Butter Cannabis on Main Street, which opened in 2024. A landmark decision was made this week in the case against Stamford-based pharmaceutical company Purdue Pharma. The OxyContin manufacturer has been ordered to pay a settlement totaling $7.4 billion that will be split by all 50 states and 5 U.S. territories. It also ends ownership of Purdue by the Sackler family. The settlement is a reflection of the Sackler family's role in the opioid crisis that still plagues the country. Dr. Andrew Wong from Hartford Healthcare shared some startling statistics.
The people that received the most OxyContin prescriptions were adolescents and senior citizens. Up to 25 to 50% of people who take OxyContin are at risk for addiction and abuse.
Local governments and affected families have until September 30th to vote on whether or not to accept the settlement. A new study by the state comptroller examined why auto insurance rates have gone up so much. According to the report, the average auto payment has increased by almost 20% over the last 2 years. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon told NBC that a variety of factors like car prices as well as recent tariffs have all had an impact.
The cost of buying a car in this country rose by 31% between 2019 and 2022. And all of that is having an impact on the cost of that auto insurance. And if we really want to make Connecticut more affordable, as I think we all do, we have to start chipping away at some of the biggest cost drivers of what is making it unaffordable.
Scanlon says the data will be used to explore legislative methods to lower costs for state residents. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a multi-car accident, exit 6. On the northbound side, plan on an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, accident remains at the 91 merge. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild, low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's see if we can join a little of this in progress here. The president taking questions, obviously, on the Israel and Iran situation. This is in Morristown, New Jersey.
You could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one, too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more. Mr. President, is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
And if a country like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I mean, I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
ICE.
Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they're undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you could also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you know, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone cold murders, 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here. But we don't want them, so we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control. We saved Los Angeles by having the military go in.
All right, there you have a little of President Trump talking ICE, talking the immigration problem, and the early part of that, I wanted to join that, the situation with Iran there. So, again, there you go, live right here on WICC. All right, the governor may have given a little bit of a clue today, furthermore, on this housing bill, which, despite the fact that Democrats in Hartford don't like when I say it, we heard that on Melissa's show the other morning, it is squarely aimed at Fairfield County. We'll talk about that and more coming up straight ahead.
Looking for a reliable dentist in your neighborhood? Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is here for you. Located at 91 East Avenue, our team of general dentists and an oral surgeon are ready to serve you. As part of the Columbia Implant Center network in Manchester, we offer 7-day-a-week services, including an in-house digital dental lab for same-day emergency care. Visit our website at columbiadental.com for more information and to book your appointment today. Your smile is our priority.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, multi-car accident, exit 6 on the northbound side. Plan on an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound. Accident remains at the 91 merge. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
All right, Governor Ned Lamont was at a event earlier today, and a bunch of reporters were talking to him, and I guess they asked him about the housing bill, HB 5002, and they asked him, and I guess he has to make a decision on this by this coming Tuesday, I believe, the 24th, the veto or signing it into law. And he said, quote, I'm a little skeptical, unquote. He said he wants this led by the towns, and he thinks the fair share piece, I guess the numbers here, he called that pretty aggressive. All right. Well, a gentleman who's been out in front on this issue, you've heard him here on the radio station and all of our programs, Dr. Jeff Gordon, state Senate member, Republican, District 35, and Jeff is also the ranking Republican on the General Assembly's Planning and Development Commission, plus a longtime leader on his local zoning commission in the town of Woodstock. Jeff, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you on this first day of summer?
I am very well, Dr. Gordon, Jeff, and certainly sounds like, Jeff, and every time the governor is on camera, on mic about this, it sort of sounds like, Jeff, he's I don't want to say squeamish or worried about this, but Jeff, do you get the impression, as I do, that the more he looks into this bill, he may be finding stuff he doesn't like? What do you think?
I absolutely think that's the case. When you look at this, I think he's seeing a lot of stuff he doesn't like, and I know he's hearing from lots of constituents and lots of town leaders across the state, nearly all of them, regardless of party politics, that this is really bad. And I think the Democratic leadership sold him a bill of goods and probably didn't fully tell him about this massive government takeover and mandate of local decision-making in 169 towns and cities across the state. So I don't blame him for being squeamish, and I hope the more he looks into it and listens to common sense, the more he'll realize he needs to veto this and make certain that we look in a different way to address housing affordability.
You know, Jeff, the governor comes over as a pretty, in the times I've met him and chat with him too, he comes over as a pretty easygoing guy. You hear about how affable he is. But, Jeff, I got to tell you, if he was kept in the dark on this stuff, I don't care how nice of a guy I was. Behind closed doors, Jeff, I would be livid about this because now it's amazing. And I talked to other columnists and reporters about this, many of whom have said they have never in the years of covering Connecticut politics, seen a situation here with a fairly popular governor basically dropped in the middle of a schoolyard fight among members of his party here, to which he says, well, you know, there's a lot of stuff in this bill I don't like. I mean, I hope, Jeff, he wasn't purposely kept in the dark on this.
I hope that's the case, although you never know what goes on there at the Capitol. And the more you look at this bill, the more you realize this massive bill that got rammed through the Senate and the House. It passed the Senate in the wee hours of the morning on a Saturday when people were sleeping and not even aware what was going on. This is not the way to be doing things, and there's a much better way that I've been advocating for to address the many aspects of housing affordability, some of which the governor has been advocating for. So I think the more he looks at this, the more he realizes that this is not the right way to do it, and I'm encouraging him to do the right thing, veto it now, and let's go back and work together to really get things done in a much better way than a massive, unrealistic government takeover of towns and cities with land use zoning. That is not going to work, and the average person, I can tell you, knows that when state government mandates something, it never really works out the way it is on paper.
State Senator Dr. Jeff Gordon joining us, 35th District Republican. Now, Jeff, as we mentioned in the intro, you've got also local zoning experience, too. So put yourself now on your local zoning board there in your town, and you're reading this bill, and what do you think of the things in this bill that local zoning people, not necessarily stapled in Hartford, would read and say, whoa, wait a minute to this. This is not as easy as people make it sound here. What do you think of the one or two things, Jeff, that are making local zoning people the most uncomfortable here?
Number one, it takes the rights away of local elected officials and people in their towns to decide what's best for each town and city. Each one's unique and has different things. And the other one is this real top-down approach of mandates that are based on no reality, setting up a quota system that most towns can never meet because the state doesn't help them meet it, but yet will punish them by deprioritizing much-needed state grants such as steep grants that towns need to repair bridges and pave roads. So I can tell you, I hear from my town officials those concerns, and having been a town official for 16 years, 15 of them I chaired a planning and zoning commission. Those are the big things that pop into my mind. And the governor, I'm hopeful, that's popping into his mind as well.
The other thing, Jeff, that makes, man, look, I'm the furthest guy away from anything to do with planning and zoning, but even a dummy like me can figure out, well, wait a minute now. If you look at some of these arbitrary numbers here, you know, this city or town needs X amount of affordable housing units, whatever. And I'm saying, oh, well, all right, but then doesn't that affect police staffing, fire staffing, EMT staffing, school buildings, school capacity in the classrooms there? If these numbers get anywhere close to being approached, is there anything in the bill to assist cities and towns, Jeff, with that aspect of this whole thing?
Not really, no. Some towns may be prioritized to get certain grants, but others are going to suffer. There really isn't anything in the real world that will make a difference along the lines that you mentioned. I had bills in to try to push for more of that. Let's help with regional public infrastructure like water and sewer. You kind of need that if you're going to be building a lot of housing. Many small towns don't even have that. What about public safety, traffic, the roads, the impact on the municipalities? A lot of towns are struggling with their budgets. No one's opposed to housing affordability options, but there's a right way and a wrong way, and this monster bill is the wrong way. And the governor, I believe, more and more is realizing that. And I'm telling him, today's Friday, do the right thing, veto it, and I'll be one of the first people knocking on his door to tell him, I'm here to work with you and others to see if we can do it the right way.
And, Jeff, finally, you know, I mentioned this on my show the other day. You know, when you look at this issue and you look at tolls and you look at the EV mandates and you look at the public benefits charge on electricity, There may be an imbalance in the party representation in this state, but, however, I think this is an impressive amount of victories, Jeff, not for a party in particular, but just people using technology, logging on, reading these bills, getting together and saying, no, like figure something else out better. And I can understand how the frustration may be building on the other side of the aisle, because I think, Jeff, the benefit of these really tough fights is that more and more people become aware, hey, I really can make a difference here. If it's a phone call to a talk radio station, if it's an email to your office or signing a petition. So this is good for the democratic process, whatever happens in this bill.
Right. And in fact, that's a huge major point. You let people know what's going on, and you listen, you learn, and you incorporate that into the legislative work that's being done. I do that all the time. I did that as a town official for 16 years. But the people pushing this monster bill, they did it to a certain extent, but they really don't want to, because they just wanted to get this done, and they're pushing the governor to sign it. And that's not a good way to do it when you divorce people from the process, especially public policy decisions that have a huge impact upon their lives and upon their towns. So the more people know and the more people have the opportunity to have their voice heard, that's how government works better. That's what I've been advocating for, and my Republican colleagues as well. And look what's happening.
Yeah.
They're letting their voice be heard.
Yeah.
And the governor more and more is listening, and I hope he listens to the people, not to the political party that he's a part of.
Dr. Jeff Gordon, 35th District Republican State Senate member. Jeff, thank you. Take care. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk down the road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. Dr. Jeff Gordon there, 35th District Republican State Senate member. The latest there on that housing bill. Yeah, the governor earlier today, you may have seen or heard the quote. I know he was on News 12 and some other spots. Right now, I'm a little skeptical. He said, quote, I want this led by the towns. I think the fair share piece is pretty aggressive. And again, he's probably running again. So does he say, hey, I got to win, I'm going to say no, and you guys have to fix it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a multi-car accident, exit 6 on the northbound side. Plan on an hour and a half. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound. Accident remains at the 91 merge. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion delays through Newtown going into exit 11. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make the smart move to an electric vehicle at Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. Chevrolet's Silverado EVs have industry-leading battery range, and a new charge cord adapter means you can access any public charging station. We've partnered with West Electric to get you set up quickly and easily for at-home charging. We have all your charging needs covered. Now you can also experience the thrill of driving EV with the Equinox and the Blazer EV SS, the pace car at the Daytona 500, now available at Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, thanks once again to one of our friends of the radio station here, Dr. Jeff Gordon, State Senate member, Republican District 35. He's among the voices urging the governor veto the housing bill and start over.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media. This is CBS
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. Thousands of students have participated in demonstrations against the deportation of student activists protesting the Gaza war. Mahmoud Khalil was the subject of that one, and now a judge has ordered his release from ICE custody. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Mahmoud Khalil has been held since early March over his on-campus protests on behalf of Palestinians in Gaza. A judge called the detention of the legal U.S. resident, who was not accused of any violence, highly unusual. A White House spokesperson responded, quote, Mahmoud Khalil was given the privilege of coming to America to study on a student visa he obtained by fraud and misrepresentation. The statement also claims Khalil engaged in conduct detrimental to American foreign policy, while it also questioned the judge's jurisdiction. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
A federal judge in Boston has blocked the administration's attempt to stop Harvard from hosting foreign students while the school's suit against Homeland Security is being decided. And just in, a federal appeals court has blocked Louisiana's law requiring the Ten Commandments to be posted in all public classrooms. European and Iranian officials are talking in Geneva as Iran and Israel continue to attack each other. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says its military will keep hitting Iran until its nuclear program is no longer a threat.
Iran is the preeminent terrorist regime in the world. It cannot have nuclear weapons. That is the purpose of Israel's action, to save itself from the Iranian threat of annihilation. But by doing so, we're saving many, many others.
And President Trump has just said he doesn't think the Europeans will be helpful in ending the war. With summer beginning tonight, much of the eastern half of the country is getting ready for triple-digit temperatures beginning Sunday. We caught up with this woman in New York's Central Park.
We've had a lot of 60-degree weather, so to have it go up to 90s and 100 is a little intimidating. I'm a little worried about my dog who's running around here and making sure she's hydrated.
Health officials are telling humans to stay hydrated, too. A change of heart in treating obesity. Here's CBS's Michael Wallace.
Until now, the American College of Cardiology recommended obese patients make lifestyle changes before turning to drugs like Wegovy or Zepbound. Now, the ACC says those drugs should be the first line of defense against heart disease. Cardiologist Dr. Isilma Fergus at Mount Sinai, New York, has been prescribing the drugs to some of her patients.
It's totally a game changer to have it in the toolkit.
The ACC says the drugs are more effective than lifestyle changes and not as risky as weight loss surgery. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Wall Street at the close. The Dow gained 36 points. The Nasdaq lost 99. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont has until this coming Tuesday to either sign or veto House Bill 5002, the massive housing bill that has drawn criticism from both sides of the aisle. The complaints against 5002 are many, but it began with how the bill evolved from a small study on homelessness into the massive 90-plus page document it is today. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong described the bill's evolution.
It gets out of the three committees, and a week before the session ends, 43 sections and 93 pages of legislative housing policies was inserted into a strike-all amendment.
Opponents, particularly in Fairfield County, are also concerned about the removal of parking requirements and how to meet the standards for the bill's new affordable housing goals. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz told Lisa where Governor Lamont currently stands on the bill.
Our position has been that we want towns to take the lead, and we know that every town is different. There's no one size fits all. And we also would like to provide incentives for towns to do that. We want to direct state resources to towns that are making strides toward providing affordable housing.
However, Bysowitz did say the governor does have concerns of his own over the bill.
He has two major concerns about the bill. One is the part of the bill where each town has a housing goal assigned to it, and he is very concerned about that provision. And he's also very concerned about the parking provision.
According to the lieutenant governor, Governor Lamont will have his decision by the start of next week. The second marijuana dispensary in Stratford is now open. The high-profile cannabis shop is now operating in the space that formerly housed Johnny's Restaurant. The opening comes around 2 years after town officials approved the pot shop at the site. The other Stratford dispensary is Butter Cannabis on Main Street, which opened in 2024. And two of the world's best universities are located right here in Connecticut, according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine said its best global universities rankings are based on 50 subject areas, academic research, and reputation. 2,250 schools were ranked, and Yale University cracked the top 10 at number 9. The University of Connecticut is ranked at 292. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 eastbound accident reported between exits 10 and 11. Nobody's getting through right now. Also a crash reported in Danbury near exit 3. On 95 northbound accident, exit 17. Left lane is out further ahead. Another accident reported near exit 22. Parkway overall is your best bet. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf going all the way down into Milford. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones coming up later on in the hour. I have got to think, and if you agree with me, fine. If you don't, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I've got to think the governor is going to veto that housing bill. I really do. And I'd be shocked if he didn't, because if I was him, now, number one, does this have a lot to do with whether or not he's going to run again? I'm sure it does. And to me, if he is going to run again, why? And he really has problems with it. I'm looking right here at the audio that I listened to before, and he told News 12 and some other outlets in the area, quote, "Right now, I'm a little skeptical." He went on to say, "I want this led by towns. I think the fair share piece is pretty aggressive." Of course it is. Where in the hell is Greenwich going to build 900 units of affordable housing? It's not going to work that way. So I really think he's going to, and he should. I'm not for Hartford or any state government bigfooting cities and towns. I'm not. And the governor is right. This should not be a stick. It should be the carrot here. Now, you may say, well, what carrots does Greenwich and Westport and Southport and Wilton need? I don't know. I'm not paid to figure that out. You folks do it. But the governor says he wants to do this with more incentives and not hammering. What do I always say on this show? Scalpel, not a sledgehammer. Okay? Just do what you have to do. Don't leave too much of a mess. So I would be shocked if he did not veto this, because he could say, hey, think about it. He could veto this, and that helps him with it would help him across the political spectrum. I know there are going to be people who are saying, well, he only vetoed it because his friends in Fairfield County didn't want it. Yeah. And water's wet. The sun rises in the east and the Pope is Catholic. What else do you want? But if he vetoes it, he's going to come out and say, I agree with the main principles of this. We have to make it better. So I would be shocked if he didn't veto it. Governor, please veto this, if only for the sheer entertainment that I need here to drive the far lefties in your party crazy. Seriously, make them go nuts. Make Martin Looney go nuts. Make Bob and Duff go nuts. And then bang their heads on the wall. Let Representative Rojas, who yelled at me in a promo, that Melissa was running a couple of weeks ago, because I said it's aimed at Fairfield County, which it is. I didn't fall off a turnip truck yesterday. Let them all scream and yell. Because then in a subtle way, he could say, the governor's like, well, I'm the hall monitor here. Hi, Mr. Lamont. Good morning, kids. How are you? And he could tell Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Rojas and Matt Ritter, put a sock in it. I know what I'm doing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But I can't wait to see the social media posts of Messrs. Duff and Looney and Rojas and Ritter. Are they going to call the Duff? Are they going to attack the governor the way they've attacked everybody else, including the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities and other small governmental agencies? Are they going to attack them for their anger and their falsehoods and their short-sightedness? God, nothing better than when lawmakers act like children. We will continue coming up right here. It's a Friday on WICC.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2025 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2025 group outing today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups, call 212-YANKEES, or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2025 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Just a heads up, hurricane season in Connecticut starts June 1st, but who's counting? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. This is what I do. I tell the news, but I also want to give you the heads up that if you are not ready for storm season and the potential damage it could do to your trees on your property, I want to get you connected to the people that I use at my house, and that's K&J Tree Service. Right now, my friends at K&J Tree Service are offering an exclusive storm sale to help safeguard your home and property. The team of certified arborists at K&J Tree Service, they've got you covered. And they'll show up in emergencies on weekends and holidays. During their storm sale, K&J Tree Service is now offering special discounts. Call them today at 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE. 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 eastbound accident reported between exits 10 and 11. Nobody's getting through right now. Also a crash reported in Danbury near exit 3. On 95 northbound accident, exit 17. Left lane is out further ahead. Another accident reported near exit 22. Parkway overall is your best bet. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going all the way down into Milford. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It has been far too long since I have delved into this subject with these fine folks. I want you folks this weekend, when you have a few moments out, you're just relaxing around the house, go to the website for Cameron, FORCAM as in Mary, ERON is in the male name Cameron, forcameron.com. It is a nonprofit organization. They educate the public on the stigma of addiction. They do great work. I was notified of this organization, sadly, by a gentleman that I went to high school with. He and his wife lost a family member, a son, Cameron, to addiction, to fentanyl, and they have been on a mission for the past several years to get laws changed and to get the public basically to pay more attention. Fiona Cullinan-Farine joins us once again right here on WICC. Hi, Fiona. It's been too long. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, Paul. Thank you so much for having me on and for that lovely introduction.
Well, it's always a pleasure, Fiona. Whatever I could do for your husband, Joe, dear friend of mine, and you, and for folks that may not have joined us in our previous iterations here, just if you could briefly lay out why tragically you felt you had to become involved in this before we get to some new numbers that you want to talk about.
Sure. So in 2018, we lost our son Cameron to a fentanyl poisoning. He was suffering from opioid use disorder. He was actually in recovery at the time, but when he slipped, he took what he thought was an OxyContin pill, which would have been a relapse, but it wouldn't have killed him, except it was the start of the fentanyl crisis. We didn't know that yet. And that pill was unadulterated fentanyl that was pressed and marked as OxyContin, so he lost his life instantly. And in that moment and in the stigma that we encountered afterwards, we realized, to us, it almost felt like we had a moral obligation to sort of educate the public because we knew this was going to happen to other people.
Yeah, you and Joe and I marveled about this, and I've told this to other people. Obviously, the shock must have been indescribable, but I admired how you and Joe kind of hunkered down there, living with what you had to live with, and you've turned this around, Fiona, into an education opportunity, and also you did get some legislation changed on this, correct?
We did, and we continue to try to move other legislation through. It's a frustratingly slow process when you're talking about human beings losing their lives, but we just stay with it.
Your website here, and again, folks, it's forcameron.com. You wanted to come on today because I'm seeing this graphic here, and I know Joe told me that you folks have been looking, and what is it, Fiona? There looks like there's been a spike in overdose deaths here. What do the latest numbers say?
There's been a terrible increase, Paul. So I will say there was a decrease.
Mm-hmm.
There was a decrease in 2023.
Yeah.
And everybody started sort of thinking, oh, good, there's things are getting better. And every person who specialized in it that time through last year was saying, we need to be really cautious because we don't know why the numbers improved. We don't know, and we shouldn't count on those. And now exactly what's happened is those numbers are going right back up. And, there have been fatal overdoses now throughout Connecticut between May and June. So many that New Haven actually issued public warnings because I think there was something like 19 overdoses over the course of 3 days. Now, in New Haven, the good news was on those 3 days, 18 of those lives were saved, but there was a fatality. But like the Norwich corridor is seeing an awful lot of fatal overdoses at the moment, as are other areas in Connecticut. So this is really when we need the public to know when there are spikes, Paul, because then people know to be cautious or they know to seek help. Any other kind of public health emergency, that messaging goes out immediately, and that's what we need to happen here.
So, Fiona, are you pushing state officials, local officials and police, fire, EMTs to kind of put out a sort of alert or an APB or just use the media to say, hey, we're not judging you on what you do in your private life, but just be aware here?
Yes, that's exactly it, Paul. Specifically through the media. Now, New Haven had an incredible response this time, and we're so proud of their response and the way they responded and how quickly they got messaging out via social media. And I will say, I don't know, you and I haven't talked in a while, but a big thing that we had gotten through is we had been working to have the New Haven police carry Narcan.
Yes.
They were not carrying Narcan. So they started carrying Narcan in March, and now here we are in the middle of this uptick, and we're so grateful that they're carrying Narcan. I mean, they saved the life. The first day those officers carried Narcan in the field, they saved the life of somebody overdosing.
Wow. Any push, Fiona, to have that program, and forgive me if I don't know whether it's expanded, but is the initiative here maybe going statewide? Do other departments, are they doing this? It seems to me to be a pretty inconsequential expense here that most officers can carry with them.
I agree with that. So we tried to get the legislators to pick that up. We really did. And it wasn't that they were opposed to it. They just didn't want to go up against unions. And so now, so we took it on ourselves, Paul, because we knew if we waited, but we want to make sure that every first responder in Connecticut is carrying Narcan, every first responder. And, one thing I will say, Paul, so a shocking statistic that was just given to me very recently, 2 weeks ago, was that according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 75% of the American public do not believe that a person with substance use disorder is experiencing a medical illness. So here we are. We've got this public health crisis that's just burning around us. And what we're actually saying is, even right now, with everything we know about the Sacklers, about Purdue, about where this started, 75% of the American public are still seeing this then as a choice and not a medical issue. So we really have to change the we really have to change the messaging around this and get, and get public officials issuing messages out there to kind of cut through the stigma, because we were pleased this year because the legislators did in this very current session.
Yeah.
They did finally declare the opioid epidemic a public health emergency, and that's long overdue.
Good.
But this tells me that stigma is also a public health emergency.
Yeah, and I try to emphasize, and I do have, Fiona, some medical and psychiatric reporting experience, and professionals in my ring of friends and family members. And I always emphasize, Fiona, when these things are in the news, I say, folks, understand these drugs, whether it's cocaine or whether it's methamphetamine or whether it's fentanyl, they alter the chemical makeup of a person, including their brain chemistry. So I tell people all the time, please, just clean yourself up. It's not that easy. Yep. It's just not. And it's sad, and I understand that there are some people that don't have the medical background, but I think that's important to say, and you can't say it enough, really, really.
That's such an important message. That's absolutely it right there, because right there is the misconception. The misconception is that it's a poor choice.
Yeah.
And so maybe the choice is the first time, Paul.
Sure.
Right? Maybe the choice is the first time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's even the third time. But most people, this really is a terrible illness. And it's the same. It doesn't matter if it's alcoholism.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. It really is an illness. And I think that's where we're falling short, is we're not still making people understand this is actually a medical condition. Just like you said, it affects the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are caught in this terrible cycle.
Yeah.
If there were one thing I could change, if there's one thing you can count on me to keep going after the legislators on, we need a curriculum. We need an updated curriculum in Connecticut.
Yeah.
We need to be training young people. We need to start as young as possible so they understand what's going on and how to stay safe. That would be the biggest thing that we could change to change the outcome in the future.
Absolutely, folks. Check out more. It's a wonderful website. You can really see all the great people involved and read about how you can help, whether you want to support them monetarily or get involved in, say, pushing the legislature, your local state rep or state Senate member. Now the session is over. You can write them an email or call their office and say, hey, expand at least the use of Narcan in the state. Go to 4Cameron.com. That's 4Cameron.com. Fiona Cullinan Farine and her husband, old high school friend of mine, Joe Farine, have been very active in this, and they're not slowing down. Fiona, you have the number, so anytime you want to call and get a message out, please feel free, okay?
Thank you so much, Paul. And hopefully maybe the next time I call you, I'll be telling you that the numbers are improving.
Excellent. And if you need me to berate any legislators, you let me know. Give me the name, and I'll hammer them right on the
I'll take you up on that.
Okay. Fiona, thanks. Be good. Say hi to Joe for me.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Fiona. Fiona Cullinan Farine, folks. Check it out. 4Cameron.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound accident reported between exits 10 and 11. Nobody's getting through right now. Also a crash reported in Danbury near exit 3. On 95, northbound accident, exit 17. Left lane is out further ahead. Another accident reported near exit 22. Parkway overall is your best bet. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, going all the way down into Milford. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until June 30th with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TricityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any electric vehicle SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Just in, a judge has blocked the Trump administration's efforts to keep Harvard University from hosting foreign students. Another judge has ordered the release of Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil. ICE agents detained him after pro-Palestinian demonstrations. CBS's Jake Rosen.
He was the first student who was detained by the Trump administration, and really this completes a full loss by the Trump administration, who has continued to try to hold students for their pro-Palestinian or pro-Gaza stances.
The U.S. Supreme Court says it won't fast-track any challenges to the Trump administration's tariffs. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
It's not likely until the end of the summer that you'll see the court make some decisions regarding whether the tariffs are lawful.
As humans get ready for extreme heat in the eastern half of the country, the Arizona Humane Society's Kelsey Dickerson says, hey, don't forget about your pets.
That heat is not only coming from the top, but it's also coming from the bottom as well, and it's heating up their internal organs.
CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
6 people are displaced after a fire earlier this afternoon on North Avenue in Bridgeport. The fire broke out with heavy smoke and flames just after 1 p.m., and 6 people, 3 of whom were children, were displaced. No one was injured. Today's weather in Connecticut is nice, but the broiling summer heat is not far away. The National Weather Service is calling for the possible heat wave to begin Sunday with temperatures in the low 90s. Sunny skies and highs of around 95 degrees are expected Monday and Tuesday before cooler air arrives later in the week. As a result, Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol. Again, that due to the heat and high humidity expected, which could send the heat index soaring over 100 degrees, which could cause issues for people in vulnerable populations. Lamont says they are working with partners across the state to make sure there are cooling centers available. State medical experts are also advising residents to exercise caution in dealing with the extreme temperatures. WTNH-TV News 8 spoke with Dr. Justin Cahill from Bridgeport Hospital.
Especially if you're working outside, you want to drink plenty of water or even some electrolyte replacement drinks. That'll help keep you cool.
A New York man accused of sexually assaulting a teen he met at a Stamford nightclub has pleaded guilty to a reduced charge. Paul Isidro this week entered a guilty plea to a charge of second-degree sexual assault as part of an agreement with prosecutors. Isidro and another man were arrested and accused of the sex assault of an 18-year-old female they met at a club. The other defendant in the case previously pleaded guilty and was sentenced to spend 8 years in prison. A Hamden father says the memory of finding his dead son's body still haunts him. Jose Phoebus Sanchez said his son, Jose Phoebus Rivera, was the man killed in a single motorcycle accident on I-95 in Milford last week. a crash which snarled traffic for hours. Police say the crash occurred between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m. on June 12th. When Phoebus Rivera did not return home, his father knew something was wrong and headed out to search along the highway with some of his son's friends. They couldn't find anything in the dark, but resumed searching the next day. The father says he knew his son always took exit 38 to get home and resumed searching there. He noticed the debris from the accident and went down the embankment where he discovered the crashed motorcycle and his son's body. Phoebus Sanchez says he will never be able to get that image out of his head. Danbury police are looking for witnesses of a crash of an all-terrain vehicle that left the rider in critical condition. The crash happened Wednesday afternoon on South Street, and police say there were at least 2 other ATVs in the area at the time. Officers responded to the scene and just found the one ATV and the seriously injured driver with life-threatening injuries. The other 2 ATVs had fled the scene before police arrived. Police in Fairfield rescued an elderly man who was spotted in the water off Penfield Beach. Emergency crews were called to the beach yesterday morning on reports of a person down in the water. They immediately began performing CPR on the man, and breathing and a pulse were restored. The unidentified man was taken to the hospital, but his condition has not been released. A new study by the state comptroller examined why auto insurance rates have gone up so much. According to the report, the average auto payment has increased by almost 20% over the last 2 years. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon told NBC that a variety of factors like car prices as well as recent tariffs have all had an impact.
The cost of buying a car in this country rose by 31% between 2019 and 2022. And all of that is having an impact on the cost of that auto insurance. And if we really want to make Connecticut more affordable, as I think we all do, we have to start chipping away at some of the biggest cost drivers of what is making it unaffordable.
Scanlon says the data will be used to explore legislative methods to lower costs for state residents. A landmark decision was made this week in the case against Stamford-based pharmaceutical company Purdue Pharma. The OxyContin manufacturer has been ordered to pay a settlement totaling $7.4 billion that will be split by all 50 states and 5 U.S. territories. It also ends ownership of Purdue by the Sackler family. The settlement is a reflection of the Sackler family's role in the opioid crisis that still plagues the country. Dr. Andrew Wong from Hartford Healthcare shared some startling statistics.
The people that received the most OxyContin prescriptions were adolescents and senior citizens. Up to 25 to 50% of people who take OxyContin are at risk for addiction and abuse.
Local governments and affected families have until September 30th to vote on whether or not to accept the settlement. A retired Bridgeport police detective was found dead in her home over 8 months after she had been reported missing. Mary Notarangelo was discovered under a pile of debris in her home, with experts describing it as hoarding conditions. Attempts had been made to search the home previously, but local police said that the many piles of debris in the house were over 6 feet high. And Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is reportedly looking to be the next Connecticut politician to receive a pardon from President Donald Trump. According to Hearst Media, federal online records show the mayor is continuing to seek a pardon for his conviction of public corruption in 2003. This comes after the president recently pardoned former Connecticut Governor John Rowland earlier this year. The mayor's office issued a statement saying, quote, "The mayor has not been actively seeking a pardon from the Trump administration," but Hearst Media reported that a new application was submitted after a previous request was denied in 2023 by then-President Joe Biden. It is unclear if the latest application was submitted before or after Trump took office. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. The Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. 84 eastbound accident between exit 4 and 5 over in the shoulder. Further ahead, a motorcycle crash between exit 9 and 10. Stay to the right to get around that one. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
They didn't help. No, Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
All right, that's President Trump earlier today. In fact, we carried part of that on WICC Live here, and you can chime in, whatever you think, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The situation between Israel and Iran, still pretty much what it is. The U.S. holding off, Trump says, for now.
In a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen.
Now, there are people who say, wait a minute, even some of your own people are saying, well, that's not what they're saying, sir. But in any event...
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Well, there you go. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Anyway, let us hope that cooler heads prevail here. You never know. After a 2-week wait, yes or no, Israel wants to end the nuclear threat that they face, that they go to bed and wake up with every day. Apparently a little fracture in the administration. And listen, I always say this. When you take into account your thinking on what's happening in the Middle East, understand we're looking at that from 5,000 miles away. We are still the U.S. generally, not completely though, because missile technology can get here. But generally, we are still given at least a buffer here by the Atlantic Ocean, by the Gulf, by Central and South America, by the Pacific Ocean, by the Arctic Circle, and by Canada. So by the grace of God, we're pretty well, shall we say, I don't know, insulated by this whole thing. Something to think about when you say, well, what does Israel care about the nuke? I'm not saying it's right or wrong to say that, but understand you have a country, they're the only real democracy in the Middle East where you can be gay, or you can be a woman, you could be transgender and this and that or whatever, and pretty much have full rights. With, by the way, a mixed population as well. People have no idea how many Arabs actually live and work in and call Israel home. So, listen, you can argue all you want and differ on the attractiveness of a nuclear hit on Iran. That's not the issue completely. The issue is just understand, or the part of the issue, I should say, is understanding what people in that area are living with. So waiting 2 weeks, even though our own Senator Chris Murphy thinks that's all a ruse or a charade, well, wait a minute, Senator. With all due respect, isn't it your party that always says, hey, avoid war at all costs?
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another mixed market on Wall Street as the Dow failed to hold on to much of its gains after Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller suggested that the Fed could cut rates as early as July. However, the head of the San Francisco Federal Reserve kind of pushed that off into September in yet another interview on CNBC. Interest rates ended a little bit lower today, while the market in terms of equities ended mixed. The Dow up 35 points at 42,206. S&P down 13 for the third day in a row. It's traded lower to 59.67. NASDAQ down nearly 99 points to 19,447. The yield on the 10-year note slipping to 4.38%. Dollar down on the day. Oil off 14 cents, while gold futures were down more than $26 to $33.81 the ounce. This as Wall Street is not only keeping an eye on Washington, but also as to whether or not the Trump administration will join the offensive fight against Iran with Israel. Are there bombs coming is the key question. The president said he'll give it 2 weeks to figure it out. However, we'll see whether or not there's any let-up in the offensive by Israel and whether or not there's any further push by the U.S. to get involved.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. The Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. 84 eastbound accident between exit 4 and 5 over in the shoulder. Further ahead, a motorcycle crash between exit 9 and 10. Stay to the right to get around that one. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I constantly try and figure out, and maybe you can help me out with this as we head into the weekend here before the heat wave hits early next week. Maybe you can help me out here. Talk or text at 203-333-9422. What possesses some people, particularly if they're in the entertainment business and they know they have a crowd, whether they're on Broadway or they're movie stars, singers, dancers, comedians, whatever. What possesses them to use the wonderful freedom of speech we have here in the U.S., which, by the way, Mr. Trump has not taken away. Last I checked, we still don't have a king, but I digress. What possesses some people in entertainment? And I don't besmirch them at all or criticize them for using their freedom of speech. That's fine. Well, what is it about some people in the entertainment industry, particularly in the progressive side of things, who say stuff that is so incredibly dumb and phony and ridiculous? You wonder if they're starting to a little bit. Did you see or hear? I mean, this is just mind-numbing. Did you see or hear what Whoopi Goldberg said the other day? It was Wednesday, before we had the day off yesterday for Juneteenth. Now, Whoopi Goldberg is an accomplished actress, comedian, TV. I'm sure she's a multi-million-dollar here. A multi-millionaire, I should say. I'm sure my net worth is coffee money to her. But good Lord, she said something the other day that even you progressives out there, you have to wince. Was this for effect? Was this just to get her name out there? Did you see this? Whoopi Goldberg is under fire. Now, of course, she hosts The View, which is locally on News 8. You know, big show nationwide. It's a great show if you want to lose your brain matter by watching it. But Whoopi Goldberg under fire for insisting, you ready for this? Black people in the U.S. have it as bad as people living in Iran. The Oscar-winning actress highlighted systemic racism and violence against minorities, while her co-host, Alyssa Farah Griffin, countered with Iran's harsh laws, especially against women. Now, again, what do I always say, folks? Most of the progressive women's groups are phonies because they will kiss the asses of many repressionist regimes that repress women in the Middle East, Muslim governments, leftist governments in Central and South America, in Cuba, Iran, North Korea. They're phonies. So she got into it with Alyssa Farah Griffin on The View. The remarks by Whoopi Goldberg come amid the escalating Iran-Israel conflict, with Israel launching a major airstrike on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So, look, I don't know whether it's in Whoopi's contract that she has to be dumb. Like Article 1, Section 3 of the contract, I've got to say dumb things. Whoopi Goldberg contended that life in the U.S. can be just as harsh as living in Iran. During Wednesday's episode of The View, Goldberg raised her voice while highlighting America's own violent history, saying, "We have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car. Listen, I'm sorry, they used to just keep hanging black people." Okay, yes, we used to lynch black people. We stopped, for the most part. There are some sickos out there who hopefully are shot and killed if they hang a person. She then drew a bold comparison, saying it's the same, referring to conditions in the U.S. and comparing them under those with Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Griffin quickly pushed back, firmly rejecting the comparison, arguing that in Iran, women are subject to extreme restrictions, including the threat of death simply for showing their hair, their arms, or wearing a skirt. Quote, "It's not even the same. I could not step foot wearing this outfit in Tehran right now," she said, referencing Iran's strict dress codes enforced by the country's notorious morality police. Did Goldberg back down? No, she held firm in her stance, arguing that the violence against marginalized groups should be condemned universally. See, this is a trick, and I was talking about this the other day. Remember I played that clip for you a couple of weeks ago when anti-Semitism came up during a CNN debate, and one of the panelists, the black gentleman from the Philadelphia Inquirer, said, well, all racism is bad, and Harry N10 from CNN, who's Jewish, jumped in and goes, hey, wait a minute. See, this is what the left does. Folks, you have to understand this. This is one of their fallbacks. They don't want to, when there's a form of racism or sexism that makes them uncomfortable because their side tacitly condones it, they say, well, let's not go overboard with the anti-Semitism or the Iranians because you know the blacks and you know the Hispanic people and you know the Puerto Rican. It's awful. It's ridiculous. So that's obviously what Whoopi Goldberg did here. Hey, let's not criticize. Whoopi, by all means, let's not criticize a repressionist regime that treats women like pieces of meat on a leash because, you know, America. I mean, my God. When Griffin reiterated again that the 2025, that in the U.S. in 2025 is not comparable, I should say, to Iran's current authoritarian regime, Goldberg countered, not if you're black. Oh, what an idiot. Dear Christ, what an idiot. Come on, Whoopi, you cannot believe that. You're looking for cred. You cannot, with a clear-thinking, properly functioning, oxygenated brain, you can't believe that. You cannot say being a black person in America in 2025 is tantamount to living in a repressionist Muslim regime in Iran. You can't. You can't. My God, doing stuff just to get clicks. One person on X responded to Whoopi Goldberg, quote, sure, Whoopi, being black in America in 2025 is just like being a woman in Iran. To quote Jack Nicholson in As Good as It Gets, sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. God. Oh, my God. And you wonder why there's a problem. You wonder why Trump won. You're still wondering why Trump won. My God, stop it. And she won't back down, though. I'm sorry, this had to be for clicks and to get dumb talk show hosts like me talking about I'm praying Whoopi Goldberg is not this stupid. I'm praying. I'm going to pray till I'm out on tonight. I'm going to say a few novenas. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, dear God, she can't be that dumb.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through, but they're few and far between. The Parkway overall is at least a little bit easier. 84 eastbound accident between exit 4 and 5 over in the shoulder. Further ahead, a motorcycle crash between exit 9 and 10. Stay to the right to get around that one. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
I read this before, and thankfully this dissident Iranian author who goes around the U.S. trying to straighten out leftist idiots into thinking clearly saw what Whoopi Goldberg and said daily life in Iran is a prison just not always with visible bars. Every detail of your life is controlled: what you wear, what you say, who you associate with, what music you listen to, what you can post online. You're constantly afraid your phone is tapped. You speak in whispers. You look over your shoulder. Every sentence can be used against you. Women are beaten and arrested for how they dress. Students are tortured for speaking out. No, Whoopi. No. There is no black person in America that is subjected to any of that government sanction.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
I'm Peter King. As European and Iranian officials talk in Geneva, President Trump has said he doesn't believe that they'll find a solution to end the war with Israel and end Iran's nuclear program. More from CBS's Linda Kenyon.
President Trump says the clock is ticking for Iran to give up its nuclear program.
Giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time. And I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Speaking to reporters in New Jersey, the president said he's not looking for war, but he will take steps if he must.
Always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace.
And that means using bunker buster bombs, which Israel does not have, in order to take out Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
As the president weighs getting the U.S. directly involved, U.S. law enforcement is watching for trouble in this country from Iranian allies. CBS's Jennifer Jacobs.
Multiple sources told CBS News that FBI Director Kash Patel has increased efforts to monitor possible domestic sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah.
The Trump administration says it will appeal a judge's ruling ordering ICE to release Columbia student Mahmoud Khalil. Here's CBS's Jake Rosen.
He was the first student who was detained by the Trump administration, and really this completes a full loss by the Trump administration, who has continued to try to hold students for their pro-Palestinian or pro-Gaza stances.
Khalil has been held in Louisiana. He's due to be released tonight. Also in Louisiana, a federal appeals court has ruled the state cannot require public schools to display the Ten Commandments. Republican Governor Jeff Landry signed the state order a year ago. Summer begins in less than 6 hours, but the heat will feel like mid-season this weekend. The temperatures in the 90s and headed to triple digits in much of the country. Henry Jameson is at a camp in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
It's about to be 108. My mom's picking me up early. Drinks a lot of water, put sunscreen on, maybe have a few popsicles, and just try to stay cold.
President Trump's big, beautiful bill may have trouble crossing the finish line despite GOP majorities in Congress. In an interview for CBS Sunday Morning, Alaska Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski says she's not happy with the bill as it stands now.
I want to try to do what we can to address certain aspects of our entitlement spending. We've got to do that. But doing it with the most vulnerable bearing the brunt of that is not the answer.
Wall Street, the Dow gained 35 points. The NASDAQ lost 99. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
6 people are displaced after a fire earlier this afternoon on North Avenue in Bridgeport. The fire broke out with heavy smoke and flames just after 1 p.m., and 6 people, 3 of whom were children, were displaced. No one was injured. A Hamden father says the memory of finding his dead son's body still haunts him. Jose Phoebus Sanchez said his son, Jose Phoebus Rivera, was the man killed in a single motorcycle accident on I-95 in Milford last week, a crash which snarled traffic for hours. Police say the crash occurred between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m. on June 12th. When Phoebus Rivera did not return home, his father knew something was wrong and headed out to search along the highway with some of his son's friends. They couldn't find anything in the dark, but resumed searching the next day. The father says he knew his son always took exit 38 to get home and resumed searching there. He noticed the debris from the accident and went down the embankment where he discovered the crashed motorcycle and his son's body. Phoebus Sanchez says he will never be able to get that image out of his head. Danbury police are looking for witnesses of a crash of an all-terrain vehicle that left the rider in critical condition. The crash happened Wednesday afternoon on South Street, and police say there were at least 2 other ATVs in the area at the time. Officers responded to the scene and just found the one ATV and the seriously injured driver with life-threatening injuries. The other 2 ATVs had fled the scene before police arrived. A New York man accused of sexually assaulting a teen he met at a Stamford nightclub has pleaded guilty to a reduced charge. Paul Isidro this week entered a guilty plea to a charge of second-degree sexual assault as part of an agreement with prosecutors. Isidro and another man were arrested and accused of the sex assault of an 18-year-old female they met at a club. The other defendant in the case previously pleaded guilty and was sentenced to spend 8 years in prison. And the second marijuana dispensary in Stratford is now open. The high-profile cannabis shop is now operating in the space that formerly housed Johnny's Restaurant. The opening comes around 2 years after town officials approved the pot shop at the site. The other Stratford dispensary is Butter Cannabis on Main Street, which opened in 2024. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident between exits 14 and 15 in the left lane. Southbound side, you have another crash between exit 22 and exit 21. Stay to the left to get around it. Parkway overall is your best bet right now through New Haven. 95 south, congestion delays, Long Wharf, West Haven, and going through Milford. And on 84 eastbound side, residual delays in Newtown from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, you see we're getting to a very tenuous moment here in the Iran-Israel conflict. Could turn out to be World War III. Cooler heads could prevail. Could be something, could be nothing, could be something in the middle. So the perfect time for our junior U.S. Senator Chris Murphy to say something stupid. We started with this earlier in the show. Folks, this is not me making this up. This is Chris Murphy, who many of you voted for, because, of course, you can't vote for a Republican. No, because the Democrats do such a good job in D.C. Who's their candidate in 2028? How's their platform for next year? What are they actually running on? The economy's pretty good. We still don't have a king, last time I checked. The border's shut down. There have been no runaways or gotaways or catch and release for the first time in several months. But Chris Murphy here has chosen, even in a tenuous time, to throw the White House under the bus. That's very statesmanlike of you, Senator. He says here, I'm reading this off his post on X, which used to be Twitter, quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. He can say that. Lord knows there has been congressional opposition to just about every single armed conflict we've ever been involved with. Probably from the War of 1812 to the Civil War to World War I to Korea to World War II. That's fine. And that's good. You keep leaders on their toes. But then he follows it with, but no one believes this 2 weeks bit. So, Senator, whatever you do in a time where we could be edging toward a Middle East conflict in World War III, make sure you throw the president under the bus. How statesmanlike of you. He, meaning Trump, has used it 1,000,000 times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It is, I got to tell you something, time and a place. Senator, time and a place. Time and a place. It just makes America look weak and silly. Is this guy serious? We get it. You don't like Donald Trump, Chris. I get it. I understand it. Can you wait? What is he afraid of? That this little 2-week timeout by Mr. Trump may work? Or is Chris Murphy that edgy that he wants to start having American planes and the B-2 stealth bomber and this bunker buster, mother of all bombs, they call it, the MOAB or whatever, he can't wait? Thankfully, as I played earlier this week, Senator Blumenthal has taken a much more statesmanlike approach on this, saying, hey, we have to be cautious here. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But again, apparently Senator Blumenthal is not running for president in 2028. What are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. From Chris Murphy on X, quote, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea. Okay. I'm sure there are other Senate members and House members who believe that. Some do, some don't. It's the wondrous pantheon of ideas here. It's good. And then he adds, quote, but no one believes this 2 weeks bit. That's great, Chris. At a time where the world is praying that Mr. Trump gets this right, you toss him. Which bus should we toss him under? How about that one? He's used it 1,000,000 times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. Let me ask you something. Do you think the Democratic Party of the FDR era, the Harry Truman era, the JFK era, do you think a sitting member of the Democratic Party would have said something like that, not just to a news conference in D.C., but on a forum that goes around the world? You hear that? You hear it? Those are the Iranian mullahs chuckling at Chris Murphy right about now.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create our Beats. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
It sounds like
It goes.
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident between exits 14 and 15 in the left lane. Southbound side, you have another crash between exit 22 and exit 21. Stay to the left to get around it. Parkway overall is your best bet right now through New Haven. 95 south, congestion delays. Long Wharf, West Haven, and going through Milford. And on 84 eastbound side, residual delays in Newtown from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, one of my favorite times of the week, heading into the weekend, 5:15 or so every Friday. Former Bridgeport Democratic State Rep Chris Caruso is with us. Mr. Caruso successfully extricated himself from the Capitol years ago, so now he can say what's really on his mind. Mr. Caruso, good afternoon, sir. How are we?
Paul, happy Friday, Paul. And if you knew me back then, I always spoke my mind.
And before you
got me in trouble.
Well, you know, listen. At least Lowell Weicker liked you, Caruso.
Well, that's right. John Rowland liked me for a while.
Oh, that's good.
Too.
See, bipartisan. Yeah. And now, before we get into this, Chris, we got a phone call earlier. We were told to mention that you have a birthday coming up. Is this true?
It is, Paul.
Coming up next week. Is that true, Mr. Caruso?
Yes, June 25th, Paul. I'll be celebrating my birthday. And
excellent.
Just for the record, it's the day that the Korean War started and Custer's last stand. So.
Well, Chris, with all you were through, it's good that you made it for another loop around the sun. So happy birthday!
That's exactly right, Paul, and thank you very much. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we don't know who it was, but it was one of your admirers apparently.
And you know, joking about the legislature, there was one year the speaker actually set me right near the Republicans.
Yeah.
They were upset because I would get up and filibuster a bill or fight for Bridgeport, so they put me. I was like one seat over from the Republicans.
Well, there you go.
It was the back of the assembly, but I loved it because I could see everything going on from that vantage point.
That's it. You're like me. I'm the guy that when I go to a wedding, I sit in the corner with my back to the wall. There it is. Hey, Chris, I know you wanted to start off our little chat this week with a planning and zoning issue in Bridgeport. So what's going on with that?
Well, on June 30th, there's going to be a Planning and Zoning Commission hearing at Bridgeport City Hall, the one on Lion Terrace, 45 Lion Terrace. And what the commission is doing is they're doing away with no minimum parking. So they are going to require parking for development. And Bridgeport's doing that because the last regulations of 2021 did away with the requirement for parking. So the commission has changed that now. There's going to be a hearing, and I hope everyone will come out. It affects every neighborhood. It affects downtown. It affects the commercial districts to require that when developers build housing, there's a requirement that parking has to be provided.
And Chris, what would then happen? Now we'll get to the housing bill in just a second, but would if that so what would happen? Let's say if the governor signs it or vetoes it, and that bill is amended to everybody's liking, but it says, as I guess the present bill does now, hey, no more of these parking requirements. What would happen to a city requirement? Would that go to court then?
Well, it would only be if the city of Bridgeport, for example, had a regulation in place before October when the Bill 5002, the housing bill, would actually take effect and become law. So by June 30th, by the Bridgeport Commission putting regulations in place, it would supersede the new law that comes in. So we'd be able to have some parking requirements that, would require developers to do that. So without that, though, we would have to go totally by the dictates, if you will, of 5002. And 5002 was amended so that anything above, you would have to have parking for up to 24 units. So anything above 24, there would be no parking requirement. And for Bridgeport, on East Main Street, there's a proposal that was approved by zoning that was 74 units, 6-story building with no parking. And I think, part of the whole discussion going on in negotiation should be that the developer should provide parking. And you can put that under the building. There's different ways you can do it, but parking is just, it deals so much with the quality of life and also the affordability of these units. Who buys a unit without parking? It's unheard of. If you look up on Trumbull, right past the Trumbull Mall, there's a whole development there of apartments that was built. Very nicely done. They're right near Route 15, but there's parking available. There's surface parking. And from what I understand, most of those units are filled now. They range from what I've heard between $3,500 and $5,000 a month.
Jeez.
And so parking without parking, how do you do it? So I think that's one of the incentives. And I believe that under these new negotiations, they should require that parking be available, at least a certain percentage of parking. But in all fairness, the developer doesn't have to provide parking. It's a big windfall for that developer. They don't have to worry about it. The municipality provides parking on the street. Not that they provide parking, but the street would be used for parking. And it just makes it convenient for the developer and help with the quality of life for the people living in those neighborhoods.
The governor earlier today, Chris, on News 12 and in some other outlets, he was asked about signing that housing bill that we referred to there. And one of the things he said was, quote, "I'm a little skeptical," unquote. Boy, Chris, certainly sounds like he's giving a lot of signals here, especially in the fact that he may run again. Would you bet on a veto at this point or what?
At first I would say no, but, I think with all the opposition coming from towns throughout the state, large and small, I kind of think he's going to veto it. I could be wrong. I hate to predict because I could be wrong, but, he's gotten from a point where he was going to sign the bill originally, if you remember. He said there was a need to have housing in the state. It's important for job creation, commercial development, and so forth. And then that with the onslaught of people sending him letters and personal phone calls. I even think if I'm not mistaken, the first selectman of Greenwich called him personally to oppose the bill. I think it was in one of the newspaper articles. So he's taking these personal calls. Plus, as he goes visiting the state, people are coming up to him asking him to oppose it. There are some people saying, hey, go for it. But it's sounding more and more like he's getting to a point where I think he'll veto it. I know negotiations are going on now to try to change some of the parts of the bill, but I just think the bill overall is just too large. It really would destroy zoning in communities, and I think it's just too much to start now renegotiating. And I think my feeling is veto it, come back in the new session, spend the off months sitting down trying to work something out, and I think that would make more sense at this point.
Yeah, and Chris, I think we mentioned this last week. Just to close here, I mean, not only are some of the big cities and towns against it, and I know that, some people like, Representative Rojas and Martin Looney and Bob Duff, they're talking about the anger and misinformation. Well, wait a minute, though. As part of that anger, I mean, CCM, I mean, there are some very erudite organizations here who have looked at this bill and say, sorry, we don't like it.
Yeah, I worked with Bob Duff. He and I were in the House together. I worked with Marty Looney. Great people, believe me. They're really committed to the people of the state. I think what happens is, the issue of housing has come up and how much we need housing. And so everyone rushes to put a bill together. And I think the frustration over the years that many of the suburbs just have not been open to affordable housing for whatever reason. I don't want to get into all the details, but they haven't been. But I think with the legislation, as I've said before, I think it's gotten the attention of everyone. So I think, during the off time for the session, if everyone sits down, I think they'll get to the middle of where they need to be and make it acceptable so that zoning still has some input. You don't mandate a certain percentage of housing for each town, which some towns can't afford it. The parking be done, parking requirements be instilled. You can't have no parking. Parking in a small town is as effective as it could be, as corrosive, I should say, as in a city.
Sure.
Parking isn't often available in a small neighborhood within a town.
Yeah.
So I think all those things need to be worked out. And I think the better thing is veto and then come back in off session and work out the details and make it work. Don't forget there are some towns that are close to meeting their minimum level of what they need for housing. So you don't want to throw everything out, but at the same time, you've got to do it the right way and bring down the temperatures and try to work something out that's going to be meaningful for everyone.
All right, Chris Caruso. Chris, thank you. Have a great weekend. Happy birthday. Don't make me call the cops, okay? just take it easy. All right?
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Chris, be good. Chris Caruso there every Friday afternoon with Mr. Caruso, the voice of reason, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident between exits 14 and 15 in the left lane. Southbound side, you have another crash between exit 22 and exit 21. Stay to the left to get around it. Parkway overall is your best bet right now through New Haven. 95 south, congestion delays, Long Wharf, West Haven, and going through Milford. And on 84 eastbound side, residual delays in Newtown from earlier problems that have been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care. How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is reiterating what we heard yesterday from his press secretary regarding a decision on getting involved with the Israeli-Iranian war.
We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving him a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Judge says ICE has to release pro-Palestinian student protester Mahmoud Khalil. Here's CBS's Jake Rosen.
We're going to see what that period of time.
The judge ruled last week that Khalil cannot be detained simply based on a declaration from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
The White House says Khalil got into the country under false pretenses and will appeal. Summer begins in hours, but this weekend it'll feel like mid-season in much of the eastern half of the country. CBS New York's Elijah Westbrook.
Temperatures are expected to soar well into the 90s over the next few days, and in some cases the low 100s, depending on the area.
That area includes New York City. CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont has until this coming Tuesday to either sign or veto House Bill 5002, the massive housing bill that has drawn criticism from both sides of the aisle. The complaints against 5002 are many, but it began with how the bill evolved from a small study on homelessness into the massive 90-plus page document it is today. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong described the bill's evolution.
It gets out of the 3 committees, and a week before the session ends, 43 sections and 93 pages of legislative housing policies was inserted into a strike-all amendment.
Opponents, particularly in Fairfield County, are also concerned about the removal of parking requirements and how to meet the standards for the bill's new affordable housing goals. Earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz told Lisa where Governor Lamont currently stands on the bill.
Our position has been that we want towns to take the lead, and we know that every town is different. There's no one-size-fits-all. And we also would like to provide incentives for towns to do that. We want to direct state resources to towns that are making strides toward providing affordable housing.
However, Bysowitz did say the governor does have concerns of his own over the bill.
He has 2 major concerns about the bill. One is the part of the bill where each town has a housing goal assigned to it, and he is very concerned about that provision, and he's also very concerned about the parking provision.
According to the Lieutenant Governor, Governor Lamont will have his decision by the start of next week. A retired Bridgeport police detective was found dead in her home over 8 months after she had been reported missing. Mary Notarangelo was discovered under a pile of debris in her home, with experts describing it as hoarding conditions. Attempts had been made to search the home previously, but local police said that the piles of debris in the house were over 6 feet high. Police in Fairfield rescued an elderly man who was spotted in the water off Penfield Beach. Emergency crews were called to the beach yesterday morning on reports of a person down in the water. They immediately began performing CPR on the man, and breathing and a pulse were restored. The unidentified man was taken to the hospital, but his condition has not been released. A landmark decision was made this week in the case against Stamford-based pharmaceutical company Purdue Pharma. The OxyContin manufacturer has been ordered to pay a settlement totaling $7.4 billion that will be split by all 50 states and 5 U.S. territories. It also ends ownership of Purdue by the Sackler family. The settlement is a reflection of the Sackler family's role in the opioid crisis that still plagues the country. Dr. Andrew Wong from Hartford Healthcare shared some startling statistics.
The people that received the most OxyContin prescriptions were adolescents and senior citizens. Up to 25 to 50% of people who take OxyContin are at risk for addiction and abuse.
Local governments and affected families have until September 30th to vote on whether or not to accept the settlement. A new study by the state comptroller examined why auto insurance rates have gone up so much. According to the report, the average auto payment has increased by almost 20% over the last 2 years. State Comptroller Sean Scanlon told NBC that a variety of factors like car prices as well as recent tariffs have all had an impact.
The cost of buying a car in this country rose by 31% between 2019 and 2022. And all of that is having an impact on the cost of that auto insurance. And if we really want to make Connecticut more affordable, as I think we all do, we have to start chipping away at some of the biggest cost drivers of what is making it unaffordable.
Scanlon says the data will be used to explore legislative methods to lower costs for state residents. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is reportedly looking to be the next Connecticut politician to receive a pardon from President Donald Trump. According to Hearst Media, federal online records show the mayor is continuing to seek a pardon for his conviction of public corruption in 2003. This comes after the president recently pardoned former Connecticut Governor John Rowland earlier this year. The mayor's office issued a statement saying, quote, "The mayor has not been actively seeking a pardon from the Trump administration, but Hearst Media reported that a new application was submitted after a previous request was denied in 2023 by then-President Joe Biden. It is unclear if the latest application was submitted before or after Trump took office." Today's weather in Connecticut is nice, but the broiling summer heat is not far away. The National Weather Service forecast calls for the possible heat wave beginning Sunday with temperatures in the low 90s. Sunny skies and highs of around 95 degrees are expected Monday and Tuesday before cooler air arrives later in the week. Governor Ned Lamont has activated the state's extreme hot weather protocol because of the high heat and humidity expected in the coming few days, which could send the heat index soaring over 100 degrees, which could cause issues for people in vulnerable populations. Lamont says they are working with partners across the state to make sure there are cooling centers available. State medical experts are also advising residents to exercise caution in dealing with the extreme temperatures. WTNH TV News 8 spoke with Dr. Justin Cahill from Bridgeport Hospital.
Especially if you're working outside, you want to drink plenty of water or even some electrolyte replacement drinks. That'll help keep you cool.
And 2 of the world's best universities are located right here in Connecticut. That's according to U.S. News and World Report. The magazine said its best global universities rankings are based on 50 subject areas, academic research, and reputation. 2,250 schools were ranked, and Yale University cracked the top 10 at number 9. The University of Connecticut is ranked at 292. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, the upper Merritt is at least a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 southbound, crawling along through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you got plenty of congestion delays through Hamden down into the tunnel as well. 84 eastbound, stubborn volume delays through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Looking for new, fresh, and stylish furniture? Visit Spectre Furniture and discover new dining rooms, mattresses, sofas, and recliners all on sale. Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid 80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Boy, listening there to Andrew's traffic, every so often I have to be reminded of how bad it is, because one of the pluses of working this shift in radio, those of us who work afternoon drive, which is generally 2 to 6, 2 to 7, 3 to 6, 3 to 7, is that one bonus is that by working this shift or any other person who does this shift, I miss both rush hours because I'm not generally out of my condo till 9 or 9:30 in the morning, maybe 10. I generally get here about 11, and I generally leave about 6:30, a quarter to 7. I check the email after the show, do some production, whatever, watch some stuff, watch a little bit of the 6 o'clock news, whatever. So the bottom line is, and I was thinking about this yesterday, listening to all the traffic reports, like, honestly, I need a reminder, or I needed a reminder every so often of how awful the traffic is. So yesterday, you know, I took the day off. We were given the option of taking Juneteenth off, so I took it off. And I said, well, you know, and I wasn't able to see my son on Father's Day on Sunday, so it's like, well, okay, hey, Dad, when can you come down? I said, how about Thursday? Okay. And I went to bed Wednesday night, and, you know, Thursday morning I woke up yesterday saying, well, you know, train, drive. What do? One angel says this, one angel says that. Now, if he was still living in Manhattan, I would have taken the train, drive to New Haven, get on the train, get out of Grand Central, either go up to where his apartment was on 83rd Street or meet him in the theater district. Would have been great. Nice day, I would have walked the 40 blocks up to 83rd, whatever. It's a lot quicker than you think. But, you know, since he moved to Queens, it's like, well, get off the train, go to the subway platform, go down 15 flights of stairs, take the subway to Queens, stay away from the track so I don't get shoved on the track by some New York City psycho who should have been in a mental ward, 20 years ago. So yesterday I said, well, no, I'll drive. Oh, my dear God. Yesterday, driving. Bless you people that have to do this. I didn't even hit morning rush yesterday. I left my condo in Wallingford at 12:30. I got to Queens. He lives, 10 minutes from LaGuardia. I left at 12:30. I got there, at 10:30. 10:30. Left 10:30. I got there at 10 of 1. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Stab me. Oh, my God. So we had a very nice lunch. I got back in the car about 3:15. I got home at 6 o'clock. And I'm sitting there, and I got out of New York City pretty quick. Amscrade from Queens. Down at the BQE, 287, hopped over there. And, of course, I'm like, wow, I'm flying back home there. And, oh, look at all those red lights in Greenwich. Here we go. Oh, dear God. You people, bless you people. I'm dead serious here. How you do it every day is beyond me. Now, thank you for taking us along with the ride. We appreciate that. But, my God, between the 2 hours and 50 minutes down, which should normally take on a weekend. I leave early. I do it in an hour and 30. Whew, straight down there. And the 3 hours home yesterday, oh, my God. Yikes. Now, at least none of it was really stopped. It was all moving, but slowly. There's no answer to this, folks. There's not. I had that realization yesterday. Kumbaya spot. Come to Jesus. There's no answer here. You're never going to fix this. It's simple. It's simple. There's not enough road for too many cars.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 107 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, Cityline Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This summer, cruise to Norwalk Sheffield Island and the historic Sheffield Island Lighthouse with the Norwalk Seaport Association. Try the Sunset Cruise Wednesdays to Sundays and enjoy being on the Sound while sipping a glass of wine. Or choose the Sheffield Island Cruise with a tour of the 157-year-old lighthouse. The Seaport's vessel is roomy and comfortable with plenty of space. Make your reservation today at seaport.org. Enjoy all the Sound has to offer. Go to seaport.org. See you on board.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is at least a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 southbound, crawling along through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you got plenty of congestion delays through Hamden down into the tunnel as well. 84 eastbound, stubborn volume delays through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Looking for new, fresh, and stylish furniture? Visit Spectre Furniture and discover new dining rooms, mattresses, sofas, and recliners all on sale. Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight. It will be mild, the low in the upper 60s. Sunny on Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Partly sunny and hot Sunday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So apparently there's a Facebook or social media meme going around. Jerry and Bosley, hang on, I'll get to you. I'm trying to figure out whether this is real or not. And I'm seeing this on some. Now, this may be just a setup here. I'm seeing this on some, shall we say, leftist communist pinko websites. It's a patch with a sword and lightning bolts going through it. So this can't be real. And if it is, this is a marvelous way to get a lot of protesters hurt. Attention, protesters. If you see a National Guardsman or Army soldier with this patch, go harass them. It means they're an electrician and have no infantry training or combat experience. They'll be easy to disarm and overpower. I can't wait to see the video of that. There was video last week of some moron in L.A., and it was an older guy. So the idiocy is not just from 20 and 30-something-year-olds. And he goes up, and there's a mounted Los Angeles Police Department officer, and this guy punches a horse in the face. He slaps a horse in the face. And the best part was the horse looking at him, and with the horse like gets cartoon eyes, and the horse is probably thinking, what the F are you doing? And the guy had gray hair, he's probably some 60s lefty, and quite properly, the cop cracked him across the shoulder and of course the guy starts screaming, well, hey, pal, I have an idea. Don't punch the horse. But again, if the horse reeled up and kicked him and killed him, oh, he was trying to be peaceful. Oh. Jerry in Stratford. Jerry, how are you?
Hey, Paul, I was calling about a local aspect of this Bill 5002.
Yeah.
My mayor here in Stratford, Mayor Hoydick, is generally or almost always very responsive. But when I reached out to her and said, this is not really a state bill. This bill is about states taking control away from local governments. So you and other chief executives of cities and towns, be it mayors, be it first selectmen, have an obligation to speak up and speak out before the vote. Because your prior guest was talking about people reaching out to the governor after the fact. Hey, this is a bad idea. No. The time to have done it was before the vote was taken. I mean, by way of analogy, you were just talking about L.A. What if Mayor Hoydick and the other governors and first selectmen, what if they rallied their citizens the same way that Democrat mayors rally their citizens on behalf of illegal aliens?
Yeah, Jerry,
I not have passed.
And I get what you're saying, and Jerry, thank you. I will say this, and I'm going to preface this with saying I don't know what Mayor Hoydick's opinion is on this. I know she was on Lisa's show the other day. Yeah, there was some rumbling about this before the bill passed, but again, this bill dropped, I think, only a few hours before the final vote. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what Mayor Hoydick thought about this, whether she had any feelings on this, on the initial indications of what should be in the bill. See, this is what the Democratic majority in Hartford does. They talk about this stuff and they debate this stuff, but again, you'll never find out, especially the more controversial the bill, the less time there will be between the dropping of the bill, dropping meaning the presentation of the bill, and the actual vote. That's why the budget is done with hours to go. That's why this bill was done with hours to go. So, yeah, there might have been some stuff in the bill that Mayor Hoydick might have objected to, but again, a lot of times the mayors don't know exactly what's in this stuff. So again, this is not to pillory Mayor Hoydick or to defend her. I don't know how much she knew, Jerry, but it's a valid question. Now, I'm sure there are some public leaders who were foursquare against this bill that may not have said anything because, remember, they keep lists in Hartford, and I'm in no way suggesting that this was the Stratford situation. I don't know. She was on with Lisa the other day. I heard parts of it. I didn't quite hear if they addressed the housing bill. But again, they take names in Hartford. And some of these mayors and first select persons, men and women, if they come out, foursquare against something, the majority doesn't, they have long memories, Boz, hang on. We'll finish up with you. Let me get Dawn in here. Dawn is in traffic in Stamford. Dawn, how are you?
I'm fabulous. Fabulous every day. Last week, I went from Greenwich at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And I've done it before.
Yeah.
To Yale in New Haven.
Yeah.
Should take me maybe an hour and a half.
Maybe.
Yeah, a little bit. Hour and a half. Last Thursday, it took me, I got to my appointment. I left at 2 o'clock. I got there right before they closed at 5 o'clock.
Oh, my God. It took you 3 hours?
And I kept on calling them to say, Like, I'm still not there. Can I still cut? Like, am I going to just turn around? At one point, I was like, I should just turn around and go home, right?
Oh, my.
No, just because everybody was calling saying that they were either canceling.
Oh.
So they had appointments. They were either it was 3 hours to go. What is it? Maybe 40 miles.
Maybe 40, 45 miles. Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. In freaking state.
And you know what it is, Dawn?
normally-
And Dawn, you know what it is? There's just too many cars for not enough lanes. That's it.
So my normal commute
Yeah.
is exit 12
Yeah.
to exit 4. That
Okay.
is 8 exits minus 1 because there's no one of them isn't an exit.
Yeah.
Exit. There's no.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Stanford exit 6.
Yeah.
Once you pass it, now it's actually going down to 5.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, what? Is there, like, a wall there, and then they just go? Like, I don't understand. Like, exit 6, I don't understand. It's just, so it can take me up to an hour to get there. I go 8 freaking exits. 8 exits.
And then invariably, you know when it's bad, Dawn? When I have to make a drive like that, and I think, well, I shouldn't drink anything beforehand. Like no water, no coffee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And last Thursday, I was not in good shape. And I feel really bad because it turned out that someone died on the highway.
Oh,
at
no.
exit 38
Yeah.
or
38, yeah.
Somewhere in Wolford.
Yeah.
And so the highway was actually closed.
Yeah.
Everyone was getting off. And
Yeah.
It was
It
insane.
is.
So, yeah, welcome to our world. Exit 16. Try to get to... So I could go on and on.
Dawn, thank you. I really appreciate you listening, Dawn. Thank you. Dawn, right now in traffic in Stanford. Oh, my God. Yeah, yesterday, thank God I got to the Darien rest stop just in the nick of time, if you know what I mean. Boz, you got about a minute, buddy. How are you?
Urinal. So as I'm eyeing my 49th anniversary of coming to Connecticut, June 27th.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about the traffic.
Yeah.
Those of us who've been here, remember when between 9:30 in the morning and 2-ish, 2:15?
There was nobody out.
2:15.
There was nobody there.
You can cruise on 90. Remember, like you get on 95, you want to go someplace, so like you get on like 9:30.
Yeah. You're
Now,
there.
And
Half
my
an
father
hour.
used to say, my father used to say, Connecticut is 20 years behind New York.
And yes!
Because now the now the traffic. But I remember, and you and I probably started driving. I was still driving then.
Yeah.
But try the urinal. It'll save you a lot of aggravation.
All right, boss. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. And the sad part was, I left my son in Queens, and he lives on 29th Street in Astoria, right in the heart of Greektown there. Crossed over town 7 or 8 blocks, got on the highway right by LaGuardia, zoomed past there, zoomed through the Bronx, a little slow on 278. The minute I got to Greenwich, it was a brake light parade for an hour and 10. Oh, my God. But again, like I said, thank God we got to that Darien rest stop just in the nick of time. Yeah. Remember what the nuns used to tell us? Offer it up for your penance. Let's go to the roads once again. Why not? Rub it in right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is at least a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 southbound, crawling along through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you got plenty of congestion delays through Hamden down into the tunnel as well. 84 eastbound, stubborn volume delays through Newtown into exit 11. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Looking for new, fresh, and stylish furniture? Visit Spectre Furniture and discover new dining rooms, mattresses, sofas, and recliners all on sale. Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and mild with a low in the upper 60s. Sunny and warm Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, partly sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster, which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
I'll say it again. Thank God I got to the Darien rest stop on 95 North just in the nick of time. I was a good boy, though. I passed all the food there. I'm singing to myself, am I hungry? No, look straight ahead. No, don't look on. No McDonald's, no Dunkin', no Panera Bread. You got in to do what you had to do. Now get out. All right, folks, listen, have a great weekend. We are back on Monday. The one and only world-famous, you know him, you love him, Chris Williams. Chris, thank you for all you do. And the news next, right about now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. The heat is on for the